We all want a cleaner, healthier planet. To help reach that goal,
Testing 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Can you guys hear me okay? Bars are moving, so the mic's still not. The mic is done being muted. Just making sure you guys can hear me. Waiting on the feedback. Listen, Leon, I know you think that you're the most attractive person in the room, but you gotta have style. Otherwise, what's it gonna matter? All right, y'all can hear me. Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Welcome to my end of the year stream. Happy New Year's, guys. Happy New Year's. Sorry about that little thing at the beginning. I have my stream open in other windows. It was like, oh, here's an ad. And I'm like, oh no, stop. Because all the audio from the desktop is going to the stream. So we're here to once again decide to look back on the content that I did over the year and decide which was the best, as well as talk about where the channel is going to go for next year. We did this last year. It was a whole lot of fun. So may I present to you, is this it? Oh, there it is. Yeah. The Shady Doorags 2023 video showdown. That wasn't an act. Woo. So here's how it's going to work. I'm going to put polls in the chat, and you guys are going to decide which among the polls that I put in there were the best of this year. Now, last year we had a couple of problems that I'm going to try to mitigate. Also, I'm going to try to stop smacking my lips a lot. Get it out of my system. Mwah. Good night, everybody. Last year we had a couple of problems that I'm going to try to mitigate this year. First of all, last year was a 10-hour stream. Don't plan on it being that long this time. Second, a lot of people were commenting last year that some of the showdowns were a bit unfair because you had really good videos towards the beginning of the tournament, and they should have been like saved for the finale. So I've done a couple of things to mitigate that. So first off, before we do like the best video of the year, we're actually going to do categories. And whichever video wins in that category gets to move on to be a candidate for the best video of the year. And to start off, we are going to do everyone's favorite. Can you guess? Ding, 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 ding. The best King of the Hill video. Yeah, good job, Shady. Can't talk once the camera turns on. the best Shady Doorags King of the Hill video of 2023. Now, if I could just figure out how to do a poll, because I always forget how to do that. Also, I will be responding to chat. We're going to be talking about the year, talking about where the channel's going. As usual, if you want your comment to take priority, you can super chat me, or if you just feel like supporting the channel, you can super chat me. I respond to the chat as is, but super chats do take priority. So, how do I do a poll? Here it is. All right, and I need the timer so that this doesn't take too long. You guys are going to get 10 minutes. 10 minutes to vote on your favorite King of the Hill video once I get the poll up. Wait, I can't read. Can we expect more King of the Hill content in 2024? Yes, you can. Thank you very much, Cesar Gonzalez. Appreciate that. Yes, you can definitely expect more King of the Hill content in 2024. So let me... Now, this is going to be elimination style, as in each video that gets last place is going to be... It isn't going to be eligible for the next one. So you're going to vote for, there's going to be 4 candidates, then 3 candidates, then 2 candidates, and then you'll have a winner. Best King of the Hill. My brain can't multitask. Video of 2023. I can't see the chat. Okay. Yes. So we got Hank's Bully. Ah! I constantly forget I have that notification on. Oh my goodness gracious. Hank's Bully. Bobby Goes Nuts. Dale Wins Back Nancy. And Christmas. Cotton's Christmas. Okay, so there we go. Start the poll. Oh, now I can't see because of the poll's in the way. No, don't end the poll. There we go. Son of a Pirate, thank you very much. Static Shock or Magneto, who wins? Magneto's more experienced, but Static, I believe, is more powerful because Static has electromagnetism, which is, he basically has Magneto's powers and then some. So it's debatable. In their primes, probably Static. So I need to start the timer. So I didn't explain that very well, but basically we're doing this elimination style where after you guys vote this round, the last place is just going to be eliminated, and then you guys are going to vote again for the remaining 3. So let me get this timer going. Timer 10 minutes. And then I will read chat while this is going. And if we have to, I will pull up a video game. I don't watch King of the Hill videos because I don't want to be spoiled. What should I do? Watch King of the Hill. Then you won't be spoiled on King of the Hill videos. Let's see. Who is winning? I might have to invest in another monitor just so I can see everything. Hey, Shady, how you been? I have been good. 2023 was a really good year for me. The best year for the channel, to be honest with you. All the numbers were super high on the channel. Pretty much broke every record this year. So 2023 was an extremely good year for me. ATM, thank you very much. I like to imagine Queen's Flash song being about DCAU Flash. I'm not sure what Queen's Flash song. I always think of that Flash, because that's like a meme with Flash at this point. So far, Dale Wins Back Nancy is in the lead. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I forgot what King of the Hill videos I did this year. In fact, I'm gonna go double check something because I feel like I forgot one. Also, couple of things have been eliminated this year. First off, there's I'm not putting live streams as ineligible for one of the best videos because the only reason I put it on last year was because it was I needed an even number of slots, so I did live streams as a villain. And there's one video that I did not put on because it's a hidden video, and only certain people will have seen it. So, hold on. I did forget a King of the Hill video. Oh my goodness. I completely forgot one. I remembered while, like, I made this list a couple of days ago, and I remembered this specific King of the Hill video, but I never put it on. Like, I've been thinking about this specific King of the Hill video, but I never put it on. And that's the Y2K one. Wow, I completely forgot. I can only do 4 slots on a YouTube poll, though. Oh, and I forgot the entrepreneurship one. Oh, jeez. Wow. Oh, starting off strong, Shady. Starting off strong. Wow. Okay, did I forget anything else? Because I feel... I can't believe I forgot the entrepreneurship one. Oh, my goodness. I can only do 4 categories, though, so... on YouTube poll. I was wondering why, like, everything turned out perfectly. Crap. Okay, I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to make this right quick. So I'm switching to the stage because I'm gonna have to make this. Unfortunately, they're probably gonna have to be in their own separate category because I can only do 4 slots in a poll. So that'll just be like King of the Hill round 2 or something. But I gotta make the things right quick. So let me get those. Let me get those thumbnails. Oh man, I cannot believe I forgot 2 King of the Hill videos. So I made 6 videos this year from King of the Hill. That's about right. Like a video like every other month. That's about right. Okay, let me get that thumbnail. I'm so mad. I was so meticulous about how I made this list, and then I just completely forgot 2 videos. They're not even 2 minor videos. 2 King of the Hill videos. That's a shame. That is an absolute shame. Okay, so the winner of this one will go on to face these 2. But I just got to make them right quick. No, why did I do that? Here we go. Put it in here. And then I gotta make a new. All that work for naught. I double checked, I triple checked, and I still forgot stuff. Wakefield was this year? No, Wakefield was last year. I remember Wakefield was last year. It was a Thanksgiving video. Wakefield wasn't this year. Yeah, so I'll call it King of the Hill 2. Put it up here. I'm basically improvising this now. And I need you in there. I'm so mad. I'm so mad at myself. Okay. Gotta do that, and then crap. What is this? Jesse Burns, thank you very much. This year I discovered your channel and regret not finding you sooner. You and your videos are super funny. Excited to see the channel grow. Thank you, thank you. Did I Did I miss one? Why did this come up? Why did that notify me twice? I'm only seeing one super chat. Oh man, did I miss one and it's not showing it? The ATMs and then Jesse Burns and oh, there it is. Okay, ATM again. Thank you very much. Yes, the Flash song being about the DCAU Flash. Okay, yeah, I somehow missed that. All right, so just give me a moment, guys. This is your friendly professional Shady Doorags channel. Everything's professional here. Don't worry, we're this is how you get over 200,000 subscribers. We got over 200,000 subscribers this year, guys. Over 200,000. I am very pleased about that. In total, we earned about, I want to say just under 70K subscribers, which was last year was about 45,000 subscribers. So that's a substantial increase. Though last year I did underperform in subscribers because the year prior to that was like 60,000. Okay. And then given an outline. Okay, that's good enough. And then one more, do the next one. It's okay, guys, it's okay. Professionalism at its peak here. Oh my goodness. These were the two videos I was thinking about the most, and I still missed it. I still missed both of them. Where's my... Oh, okay. Still a minute and a half left on the current votes. Okay. And wait, what? No. That's the that's the wrong one. And where are you? You. There we go. Have you seen South Park Pandaverse? No, I'm slowly making my way through South Park. I just started South Park from the beginning, and I'm slowly making my way through it. So I have not seen Pandaverse. Also, I tried to watch Pandaverse when it first came out, but I couldn't figure out where to find it. Because South Park is on Max, but I couldn't find Pandaverse when I was looking for it. Quiet you. Okay, as soon as I finish what I'm doing here, the polls will be closed. Close it. Well, wait, hold on. I have to see the result first because I don't know if it's... And end the poll. And wait. No! No, come back! Bring it back! No, I didn't see the results! Oh, there it is. Okay, it popped up. All right. Oh, that was a close one. All right, so... leading right now is Dale wins back Nancy, followed by Hank's Bully, and then Bobby Goes Nuts. So the Christmas one has been eliminated. Sue, if I could... You, come here. Bring this back up. There we go. Uh, There we go. Okay. We're back, baby. We're back. So, son of a pirate, thank you very much. Can review Recess. I can certainly think about it. That doesn't get requested a lot, but Recess is a show that would work on this channel quite a lot, or quite well. So that's something to consider. So the Cotton Christmas video has lost, which I'm kind of not too surprised about. But we shall see going forward where it lies. So let's start the next round, shall we? Wait, I forgot how to make a poll. I always forget how to make a poll. Nancy. Okay. And I mean, I guess I can add one of the others too. Yeah, let's add Y2K to this one. There you go. Vote! Vote, my pretties! Vote! All right. Well, let me get the thumbnail, because the thumbnail has been added. I think it's you. I think it's this one. 50% chance. It's thank you very much, ATM. Once again, Young Justice upped its representation to the max with Amistad and Garfield. I don't remember who Amistad was, but I choose to believe you. Representation isn't really something I look for in a show. Not representation in like skin color or anything like that, or ethnicity. I mainly just care about diverse personalities. Shady, Shadow Streak revealed every episode of the PBG reboot. If there's anyone who could bring in the people, it's him. Also, your names are similar, Shadow and Shady. The Powerpuff Girls reboot. Oh, he reviewed every episode of the Powerpuff Girls reboot. If there's anyone who could bring in the people, it's him. Also, your names are similar, Shadow and Shady. I never watched it, but Reese's is very on brand for the channel. Yes, for this channel, it would be, actually. If that was something I got a lot of requests for, I would actually consider reviewing it. So who's currently leading? I'm not sure if I started the timer on time. It's halfway done. It doesn't feel like it's been 5 minutes, but sure. What do you think of the rumored closure of Cartoon Network and the merge of Warner Brothers and Discovery? I kind of feel like it's inevitable because networks are just not as popular as they used to be. It's very sad because I grew up with Cartoon Network, but I can't say that I currently watch it. And once again, I find myself looking over there when the camera is right there because chat's over there. But I can't say like I'm very sad when I think about Cartoon Network because man, did it define my childhood. I watched a lot of networks growing up, but Cartoon Network was the big one. It was the one I went to the most. So it is very sad, but also like it feels very inevitable. Adventure with Travis, thank you very much. Did you ever watch Young Justice and thought about making videos on it? I have watched Young Justice. I do plan on making videos on it, but it's not in like the next month. It is a possibility, but I'm not in a rush to make it. Also, apparently I skipped another super chat. ATM, thank you very much. Rocket's son and who was autistic and BB depressed. And who? Okay. All right. Well, like I said, representation has never been a big thing in my book. Like, I really don't care about representation. As long as the characters are fun and appropriate, it works for me. Hola en español en argentino. Hello. I don't speak Spanish. I took, what was it, 4.5 years of Spanish? I still can't speak. No hablo español, lo siento. I blame the content programmer from 2008 onward. Well, I mean, for Cartoon Network, not really, because in 2010, the shows became really good. Like the 2010 shows, Gumball, Adventure Time, Steven Universe, that era of cartoons became really good. What to me brought Cartoon Network downhill was just its spamming of Teen Titans Go, which I like Teen Titans Go, but when it was spammed at me, because I tried to get back, I fell out of Cartoon Network because I felt it was going downhill, and I fell out right before all those good cartoons came, and I heard like a lot of good stuff about them. So I tried to get back into it, but I would leave Cartoon Network on while I was doing my homework in college, and it was just constant marathon blocks of Teen Titans Go. It'd be like a 2-hour block of Teen Titans Go, then an hour or two block of something else, then another 2-hour block of Teen Titans Go, then an hour or two block of something else, then another 2-hour block of Teen Titans Go, and I just got sick of Teen Titans Go, so I just stopped watching it. Like, I was trying to use that opportunity to catch up with Steven Universe and Clarence and Adventure Time, but it just didn't work. I'm still trying to watch those shows because they have such a good reputation. But I always get like trapped in my own thoughts with watching those shows. ATM, once again, if you ever get into musicals, I highly recommend Miserables, and Yeston, and Kopit's Phantom, not Andrew Lloyd Webber, Yeston and Kopit's. I am somewhat into musicals, but I'm not like deep into them because Hamilton got me interested in no, that's not true. Hamilton didn't get me interested in musicals. Shrek the musical got me interested in musicals. Hamilton is kind of when I started paying attention a little bit more, because it was Shrek the musical I watched and I really loved it. I heard the songs from Wicked. I didn't actually see Wicked. I just heard the songs. And then Hamilton, I really liked Hamilton, and then I started listening to, what's it called? Something Rotten? I think that might be what it's called. The white text does not work on the dark background. You cannot see that. I might have to add a background to the notification, because, yeah, I don't like that you can't see what the text says in the super chat. Something to add to the list. 30 seconds before this poll is over. Y2K is surpassing Bobby Goes Nuts. Shady, you probably don't remember me. I asked if you were going to cover the second season of Green Eggs and Ham. Do you think you can still cover it? Any chance? I remember somebody asking that a lot. And I really tried to write a script for the second season of Green Eggs and Ham. But I kept getting tongue-tied in what I was saying. Like, it didn't feel like it was coming out right. I did start the timer early. Okay. Yeah, it didn't feel like it was coming out right. So I just eventually decided not to do it. Maybe I'll try again this year to see if I can do it, because I don't have all negative things to say and I don't have all positive things to say. The way I feel is very complicated. And also the way I review videos is different than how I used to. Because back then I would review a whole season. Now I just generally review episodes. ACZI, XZ, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Magneto has electromagnetic powers as well. Magneto is also powerful enough to change the gravitational pulse on the planet and move the planet as well. I've never heard of Magneto having electromagnetic powers, but I am not caught up on him. I've only heard of him having the master of magnetism. That's what he constantly called himself. But I can take your word for it. Seth Lowry, would the Justice League episode for The Man Who Has Everything be considered for a review? There's a funny story about that. There's a really funny story, but let me end this poll right quick. End poll. We are going to end the poll, and now that I know YouTube shows me the results, I don't have to worry about that. Okay, so this loss to Bobby Goes Nuts has lost. Bobby Goes Nuts has lost. We have eliminated Bobby Goes Nuts. So, Bobby, I'm going to put you down here. And we're going to do the poll again. Wait, how do I... I just did it. Stop forgetting how to make polls. Oh, best King of the Hill video, round 3. Hank's Bully. And we're going to add the other one. I did not spell that correctly. Okay. And start poll. Okay. I need the other thumbnail. Come here, you. There we go. Move over here. There we go. All right. So there's actually a very funny story about the Justice League episode for The Man Who Has Everything. So I was planning to make a review for The Man Who Has Everything. So I got a lot of requests for that. I got a lot of requests for that episode. And like it was all in the works. I was gonna write it, but I obviously before I review something, I have to watch it. So I pulled up Justice League to watch the episode. And right next to it, I didn't realize this, but the next episode was kids stuff. And instead of watching what I was supposed to watch, I immediately clicked on kids stuff. Because kids stuff is my favorite episode of Justice League Unlimited. So I went and I watched that instead. And I was actually going to do a review on that as well, kids stuff. But I decided to do the Batman Brave and the Bold episode instead. Entrepreneurship. Yeah, well... Oh, you're cheering for entrepreneurship. Okay, I thought you were saying I spelled it wrong. I was like, well... But let's see who's going to win. Dale wins back Nancy is still the favorite so far. It looks like Y2K may have met its match with entrepreneurship. OG DuckTales has better quality animation than the new one. Also, Darkwing Duck was hilarious. They have different styles of animation. I cannot say... I cannot call either of them bad. Like, they're both top quality animation. It's just that the new one is a more modern style. They do so much with the animation in the new DuckTales. I'm not the biggest fan of season 3. It's not bad, but they took it in a slightly different direction, and I'm not the biggest fan of it. I prefer the first 2 seasons when it comes to the animation, but it's still like insanely good, the animation they do in that show. Of course, I don't know about animation. So when it comes to like what is good quality animation, that's something like Tariq could tell you about. How many times do we vote per category? Well, it was supposed to be a maximum of 4, but I forgot 2 videos. I completely forgot 2 videos. And then whoever wins the category is going to move on to be eligible for Best Video of the Year. What's your opinion on the potential IRL Borderlands movie? I'm not a huge Borderlands guy, so I'm not 100% sure. I haven't really seen anything about it. I don't even know if that's real. You could just be making it up. Pretty average Doorag, Shady. Well, mine is a D-O-O rag, so... And my Shady is spelled with 1 D. Why did that's become a trend on my channel? I'm not sure why. People spell Shady with 2 Ds. I'm really not sure why, because like yes, I spelled Doorag the not popular way. Like DOO is a very rare way to spell it. Almost nobody spells it like that. But Shady, like there's only one way. I just said but Shady. Oh, that triggered something in me. But Shady, but Shady, there's only one way to spell that word. So I'm not sure why people do that. I don't know. Maybe it'll just be a running joke on the channel. My favorite Static Shock episode is either Mom Ep or where the Bang Babies of the superpowers start losing them. I do wish the DC more offshoot comic book heroes like Static Shock. I do wish the DC more offshoot. That sentence is written a little weird. Dude, you got to review Made in Arlen, the one with Khan's mom. We'll see. We'll see. I don't plan on stopping King of the Hill videos anytime soon. They bring in the views. Although the last two King of the Hill videos underperformed comparably to King of the Hill videos. Like they still did well on the channel, but they underperformed for what King of the Hill videos normally get. Hey, you should think about making a wait, what did I say? Gravity Falls. You've probably already seen it, but it's an amazing show. Yes, I have seen it. I could make a Gravity Falls video, but when I make something for the first time, I try to shoot for the thing I'm most passionate about in that series. And with Gravity Falls, it's a great series, but the things I'm most passionate about for that show are the bad things, or the things that I have like not the I have a contentious opinion on. Because one thing that actually aggravates me about Gravity Falls is how it addresses family. Because me personally, I think family is extremely important, which is one of the reasons why I love DuckTales, because that's one of its big messages. Gravity Falls also thinks family is extremely important, but Gravity Falls goes farther in an extreme than I would, because Gravity Falls guilt trips Dipper and Stanford for not sticking with their families and instead going off to follow their dreams. I don't like how it addressed that. I really don't like how it addressed it with Dipper. Andrew Rowland, thank you very much. Have you seen the video of Eric Stewart, Seto Kaiba, talking about broadcast standards and practices being the reason for 4Kids Entertainment's 4Kids anime censors? No, I have not seen that. I watch cartoons. Why do I watch interviews about cartoons? I try not to sound like I'm this all knowledgeable person who knows everything about cartoons, because I feel like that gives off the wrong vibe. I'm just somebody who watched a lot of cartoons growing up. I don't want to give off the vibe that I'm like an expert. I feel like that's very misleading if I were to do that. So there's the chances are, if it's like an interview or something like that, that I probably haven't seen it. Although I have seen some interviews. There are some I was really interested in. Like there was an interview on Stan Lee I watched once upon a time, because obviously I'm heavy into superheroes. Why is this up? Go away. I can't see the comments. Play Yakuza, Shady. Oh, that reminds me. Second channel. The second channel. I've been promising that for a hot minute now. Because for those of you who don't know, I have a second channel. It's been up for a while. But I stopped putting content on it like a while ago. Like it might have been over a year ago I stopped putting content on it. And I've been saying all year, I'm going to start putting more content on it. I've been saying that all year. The content is on it. It is uploaded. It is starting tomorrow. New episodes will be on the second channel. I got to try to keep that ball rolling, but it has happened. And that's something I'm really going to strive for in the upcoming year, to keep content on the second channel. Because the second channel is just, it's a channel where I can just relax and have fun. But the fact that I've been saying for so long, like there's stuff going to be on this channel, and I haven't done it for like almost a year now, I feel really bad. But part of the reason is because that's a video game. It's not a video game channel, But right now, the only thing on it is video games. And right now, the way I record video games is through 4K. And my computer has a hissy fit when I try to edit 4K. So I have to render the footage first so that it's in a 4K version that I can use. Fellow editors, proxy footage is basically what it is. So I have to do that first. And for 4K, that takes forever. Like literally the other day, I had a 3 hour 4K footage. I'm like, okay, create some proxy footage for me. And my computer was like, okay, come back tomorrow. And I'm like, it's gonna take you an entire day, computer. And my computer was like, actually, I'm still calculating. It's gonna take me at least an entire day. So that's one of the reasons why the content on the second channel has been lacking, just because the whole 4K, I can do it. It's just, it takes a while for me to do it. Is there any new content you personally look forward to making in the new year? And by new, I mean something you haven't made a video about before. Not necessarily, because the immediate plan is to keep doing what I'm doing. Newer stuff. Polls are closed. Polls are closed. Close the polls. Close them. That's it. We're done. I don't plan on doing anything extreme in the near future, though, of course, as a content creator, I should be doing new things. All right. So who lost? Entrepreneurship lost. All right. We are moving entrepreneur. Oh my goodness. Brady Wells, thank you very much. Check out Red Wall. It's a Game of Thrones for kids. Hold on, let me bring up my recommendations thing. I closed this for a second so I can find it. Okay, what did that say? Red Wall, okay. All right, let me just leave that up. All right, so next poll. Now we're finally eliminated. Some of these are finally eliminated. What is this, round 4? Best King of the Hill video, round 4. All right, now y'all gotta start making choices. Hank's Bully. Y2K. Y2K should be first. It was the first video of the year. You know what? I'm making it first. Hank's Bully. And then Dale wins back Nancy. All right, go. And I'm just going to switch you two around because you should be switched around. This was the first one. All right. Can you please cover the last Crash of the Sun Chasers for DuckTales? Dewey is so selfish in that episode and no one talks about it. So DuckTales. There are some things I want to talk about DuckTales, but not necessarily in a Shady Doorags fashion. And I have tried to make 3 DuckTales videos, and all 3 have performed very poorly. So I can't say I'm in a hurry to do another DuckTales video, despite it being like my favorite show. Because it underperforms, and there's a lot of other shows I could be doing in its place. Now, just because something underperforms doesn't mean I should stay away from it, because doing those types of videos brings in all types of viewers. So I could do a DuckTales video, it underperforms, but it brings in DuckTales fans who then go and watch other videos. So it's not a bad idea to necessarily do videos like that. The only reason I completely got rid of Miraculous was because it was actively draining subscribers from my channel. And I had been doing it for years. So there was like no positive upgain. Upgain. to doing that show. Hampus Gustafsson, Thank you very much. Just jumped in to wish you a happy new year from Sweden. You have made a lot of my days a lot more fun. Thank you. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. I'm glad that I can keep entertaining you guys. There's always a part of me that's concerned that like I'm going downhill. Like I'm getting boring or I'm getting stiff or I tried something new and because of that new thing, the channel's going to die. Like I'm always scared the channel's going to die for some reason. Have you considered a conversational format for the non-Shady Doorags way? I don't I don't know what conversational format means. I've tried various styles of making videos. The current Shady Doorags way is the one that won out. It's the one that that you guys took a fancy to. Anything else that I really want to do, but I don't think will be good for the channel, I put on the second channel, which is where the miraculous videos are supposed to be going. I will get back to doing those. I know it's been such a long time. People keep saying, Shady, you need to review the miraculous because the show has gotten so bad and I want to hear your opinion on it. And I'm like, I know, and they're not even hard to make, but still. Another one I've been slacking on are the Atla videos. That one's not in a typical Shady Doorags fashion, but I want that to be on the main channel because I want my opinion on those episodes to be on the main channel. They don't bring in the views like they should, but those I really want to do. You're doing great, Shady. Just keep pressing forward. Thank you very much. Yeah, Miraculous Ladybug is bad. I mean, it was when I was reviewing it, it was getting worse. Because I said season 1 is not a show I would recommend, even though I personally have an attachment to it because I got attached to the characters. Season 2 got better. It still wasn't good, but it got better. And then season 3, which is where I stopped watching, was going downhill. And a lot of people were saying, Shady, your complaints are on point. You need to keep going so you can see how bad it gets. Hey, Shady, I know you watch Kids WB. Have you ever seen Jackie Chan Adventures or Shaolin Showdown? Yes, I lived for those shows. I love Jackie Chan Adventures and I love Shaolin Showdown. Shaolin Showdown is a show I really want to review, but I need to find like a good episode that fits the channel. Also, I have to find Shaolin Showdown because I'm not sure where it's streaming. I would imagine Max, but I'm not sure. How about a video on Hey Arnold, specifically Helga on the Couch? It seems like a show that is on brand with this channel. Hey Arnold is so on the nose for this channel that I've kind of stayed away from it. Also, I don't have access to it. Well, I have access to it now, but I didn't have access to it. So that's kind of why you haven't seen Hey Arnold. Like everybody has talked about Helga on the Couch. But of course, as YouTube fans, you don't necessarily care that everybody has talked about it. Because I'm on YouTube all the time. So I see myself as a YouTube fan as well. And I know when my favorite reviewer talks about a subject that everyone else has talked about, I don't care that everybody else has already talked about it. I want their unique way of reviewing things to talk about this popular subject. So I understand, but as a reviewer as well, you think, well, what can I add to this conversation? And so, sometimes you don't need to add to the conversation. You just need to do it in your style. That's what people want to see, which is why I like, even though I put it off for a long time, internally, I'm still determined to do a review of the finale of Star versus the Forces of Evil, because I don't have anything new to say about that show, but I think that finale would be really fun to do in the Shady Durag style. So I'm like kind of determined, even though it's been years since I said I was going to do that and I still haven't done it, I'm still kind of determined to do it. The only thing that's stopping me is that would be a really long script, and a lot of times I'm trying to meet deadlines, so I don't have time to like work on a video that long. I watched like 20 videos on Frerin because I wanted to. Quantity doesn't matter. It's volume that you may desire. Well, I mean, because you can talk about a popular subject in a bad way. Like you're just regurgitating what other people are saying. But it's different when you talk about things in your style, but are still saying like similar things to other people. That's what a lot of people want to see. Like some people get mad in a unique way. I remember when what's that man's name? Crap, I can't remember his name. You start a sentence with "I remember" and then you immediately forget. Saber Spark, that's his name. I remember when Saber Spark talked about Star versus the forces of evil. It like he didn't really say anything new, and he came in the video knowing he wasn't going to say anything new, but I still wanted to see it because I wanted to see what he had to say. I hate how Star versus the forces of evil ended. That last season upset me so much. Yeah, everybody hates how Star versus the forces of evil ended. Probably Star versus the forces of evil is probably either the second or third worst ending to a good series. The first is obviously Game of Thrones, but I'm not sure if Star versus the forces of evil beats out Danny Phantom, because Danny Phantom was also horrendous. Willieson, thank you very much. I'm curious if you heard about a short-lived cartoon series called Fire Breather. It had great choreographed action, but had behind-the-scenes nonsense. No, I have not heard about it. Fire Breather, that sounds like an Avatar thing. Lady Leomon, Digimon reference for the win. Hi, Shady. Sorry I can't stay. Just wanted to say Happy New Year's, but I'm not ready to say goodbye to 2023. Thanks for all the great videos, Shady, and hug your fur babies. Would you consider Dan Versus? Thanks, Shady. Dan Versus I've never seen. If I were to get like a ton of requests for it, possibly. It's just, you know, I have a long laundry list of things I want to talk about. So for things to skip up the laundry list, it's not necessarily they have to skip up the laundry list. It's that at times I need to review something different, and then I look at the things people have been requesting that are different. So it's like, you know, right now what's running the channel is King of the Hill and King of the Hill superhero shows and Daria. So I try to get those out at a decent pace, but then also I don't want to be trapped with only reviewing that type of content. So I put something else out to see what people would like to see. And that's what I'm like, okay, what other stuff outside of what I normally do are people requesting? And that's when I look at stuff like Dan Versus or Hey Arnold or stuff like that. I've been meaning to do a Danny Phantom review. But at the time I was writing the script, I was in a hurry and I was like, this script is actually important to me, so I don't want to rush this video. That was a good couple months ago. So I need to get back to that script. Maybe you could check out some shows of bite-sized videos to bring in newcomers, like Littlest Pet Shop. Hey, the thing I was reading went away. Littlest Pet Shop. I've seen Littlest Pet Shop. I actually liked it while I was watching it. It made the same studios, VAS, and the writers of MLP, but created My Gym Partner's a Monkey. I don't think Littlest Pet Shop kind of fits the theme of the channel, but just because something doesn't fit the theme of the channel doesn't mean I'll automatically not talk about it. Oh, there are some things that gotta stop my thought process. Polls are closed. Close the polls. Close them before people cheat. Close them. All right, who has lost? And the loser is Hank's Bully. Wow, okay, didn't expect that. Hank's Bully. I did not think Y2K was gonna beat Hank's Bully. But okay. Just goes to show what I know. All right, we are on the final round for King of the Hill. Final round for King of the Hill. Oh, and it's been an hour. Oh, jeez. I was saying this isn't gonna last. This stream isn't gonna last 10 hours, but who knows how long it's gonna last? That first one went longer than I expected. Okay, but this is the final round for King of the Hill. And whoever wins this moves on for a slot of being possibly the best Shady Doorags video of the year. So, Y2K. Dale wins back Nancy. And go. I was saying something and I don't remember. Littlest pet. Oh, now I remember what I was saying. There's a category of reasons why I might not review a video. That's on my Discord. Let me see if I can bring up my Discord. I don't want to interrupt the stream, and if I bring up too much stuff, it's going to interrupt the stream. So I'm very cautious about this. So I'm just going to bring up my stream, go to the FAQ. Here we go. Is there anything you won't review? Is in the FAQ on my Discord. I cannot see you guys' comments. Your comments went away. Where'd they go? Here we go. Okay. So this is something that everyone on my Discord knows, but apparently not everyone on the channel knows, because I still get a lot of requests for stuff like this. So this stuff I am less likely to review. It's not that I won't review it, but I am less likely to review it. First of all, things that are heavily not safe for work, because I try to keep my channel safe for work. I'm just a safe for work kind of guy. So things that are difficult to make safe for work during the editing process, I tend to stay away from. This is why I haven't done a lot of Boondocks videos, because Boondocks swears up and down. Also, the first season of Boondocks has nudity. So I am very weary of that. The second thing is politics. Videos with politics, a lot of times things get derailed and people focus on the politics. Again, I've reviewed politics in the past. So, well, not again. This is my first time saying that. I've reviewed politics in the past. So, again, it's not that I will never touch something with politics in it or something with not safe for work in it. It's just that I'm less likely to review it if it has these things in it. So politics is, if something is heavily talking about politics, I'm kind of, because that's going to derail the focus of the video. Giving yourself a premature game over. That is something I tend to stay away from because my honest thoughts on that topic are insensitive. And I don't want to make things harder for other people going through that. It's not fun for anybody. So, and I've already talked about it slightly in a couple of other videos. And in those videos, I've said the same thing. Like, I don't like talking about this subject because my opinion on this is very insensitive and I don't want to make things hard. And anything that has critiques on modern religion. This is the big one. Because, well, hold on. Going back to the premature game over, that's the reason why I haven't touched Pretty Dresses. Because that includes depression, not just thoughts of premature game over, but also depression. That's why I haven't touched Pretty Dresses. I know a lot of people have been requesting that, but it's just like, it's uncomfortable for me to go to that topic. I might still do it one day, but I don't want to like keep people's hopes up when it's very unlikely that I'm not going to talk about that. And then the last one is things that critique modern religion, because that is a very personal subject that I'm dealing with myself. And I can't talk to you guys about it when I haven't dealt with it myself. So that's one of the reasons why I don't talk about Moral Oral or the Halloween episode from King of the Hill, because that falls into that category. And it's not something like a lot of people have requested the Halloween episode, but that falls into there. It's not a subject I'm comfortable talking about. So I just wanted to get that out there because I've seen a lot of people requesting a fair amount of stuff that, yes, it would go good on the channel, but I'm just not necessarily comfortable talking about it. So I kind of lean away from it. And again, it's not impossible. I could one day just be like, you know what? I really want to talk about Halloween. I really want to talk about Pretty Dresses. That could happen one day. It just means I'm less likely to do something like that, to review something like that. All right, let me close this Discord before my computer has a hissy fit. I know it's not a cartoon, but I think Malcolm in the Middle is the fit for the channel. That could be something I could finally do. Look into live action stuff. because I don't want to be boxed in, but I want to give you guys what you want. So you guys want cartoons, and right now you guys want King of the Hill, Daria, and superhero stuff. But I also want to branch out because there might be stuff that you want, but I don't know about. So that might be something to look forward to in 2024. Try to find something that's more live action, because there are a lot of live action shows that I really like, and I just don't get a chance to talk about them. I read that one already. Willison, thank you very much. If I may list a couple of cartoon series that seem would fit your show, I might suggest Action Man, Mummies Alive, the 90s Street Fighter cartoon. Oh, that's something else I forgot to mention. Also, I need to have access to them. If you request a show and I don't have access to that show, it's less likely I'm going to review it. So if you know it's on a streaming service, there's a better chance that I'll review it. To be fair, there might be stuff we want that we don't know about. Yes, that is true. Which is why I don't just stick to the popular stuff. Howdy, Shady. Just wanted to stop by and say enjoy your content. Looking forward to what you make in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. Street Sharks. See, Street Sharks I remember because of a commercial. I don't know if I've ever actually seen their show. I just remember a commercial, and it was like teeth, claws, muscles, and jaws. And like that tune is stuck in my head. So that's the only reason I know Street Sharks. The very last episode of Malcolm in the Middle upset me so bad. They basically told him he had to suffer so he could fight for them to have a better life. I would need context before I could have an emotion on that. I would actually love your analysis on the God of War series, although I know how not safe for work it is. That's probably something I could do on the second channel, because that's a video game, and I talk about video games on the second channel. Though there are video game essays I could make on this channel that would fit what I do. I've had one in my mind for a long time, and the only reason I haven't made it is because it's a lot of work, and I don't know if it's gonna be worth it. And then I could easily make like a review of something that I know is gonna be worth it. So, you know, it's a balancing act, because I want the channel to succeed, but I also don't want to stay stagnant. You know, your business mind and your artistic mind are constantly going at it. This year, 2023, was the year that I actively chose to listen to my business mind a lot more. Things that I felt like would definitely work, and I played it safe a lot. So that's why, like, there's not a lot of what I would call ambitious videos on the channel. A lot of it is me. I felt I played it very safe. Maybe you guys disagree with that, but I feel like I played it very safe this year. And to be fair, it kind of worked out. Because last year, I felt like I was ambitious last year, and the numbers kind of went down. Some of them went up, but they didn't go up as much as I wanted, but the subscriber count went down. This year, everything shot up a lot. I was trying to think of a big fancy word, couldn't think of one. Everything shot up a lot. So next year, I'm not sure. I don't feel like I'm going to play it safe, but I also don't feel like I'm going to be extremely experimental. What I'm focusing on right now, or at least I'm experimenting with, I shouldn't say focusing on. What I'm experimenting with right now is being less scripted. Because I think I've got script writing down, but when I was on EFAP, I felt like I did horrible. I felt like I was so nervous about being contentious in that environment that I was not explaining myself correctly. So I would like to get better at that. I'm really bad off script. Immensely would have worked, Dapper Dragon. I know a lot of words, but I have such a hard time retrieving them. 20 seconds on the poll. Who is winning? Dale wins back. Nancy is currently winning. Okay, y'all got 10 seconds left. 10 seconds. 8. Well, it doesn't matter if I count down because you guys are behind. So, and here we go. That's it. Polls are closed. Dale wins back Nancy is the best King of the Hill video of the year. You always got to feel kind of bad for second place because it's like they got second place, but as soon as that's discovered, first place gets all the attention. But yes, Dale wins back Nancy is the best King of the Hill video of the year, according to you guys. By the way, if there's a tie, I'm the deciding vote. That's how it works. All right, so King of the Hill's done. Next one. What is this? Oh, I gotta move this one because it's the winner. It's going to the winner's circle. Which one are you? Are you? I don't remember which layer you're on. Okay, this one. Yeah, you're going to the winner's circle. There you go. It has been sent to the Shadow Realm. I mean, the winner's circle. Now then, non-reviews is the next category. The best non-review. Willison, no non-safe for work. No interspecies review take. Like I said, it's not likely to happen. Jack Manson, thank you very much. I'd love to see some MASH reviews. I've never actually seen MASH. I know if it's Reputation, but I've never actually seen MASH. So the best non-review video. I accidentally put Q&A instead of start a poll. Start a poll, please. Let's see. Azula Redemption. Black Little Mermaid response. No, I wasn't done. I wasn't done. Stop it. Stop looking at that. End the poll. Stop cheating. Great. I got to do it again. Okay, let's try this again. Best. Why does that say commentary? Those aren't all commentaries. Those are non-reviews, basically. Best non-review video. Azula's Redemption. Black Little Mermaid response. What is that? God of War highlights. And then Jar collab against Cosmonaut. There we go. Now we can start the poll. This says best commentary, and that's annoying me. So I'm going to change that. Non-review. There we go. That's better. Okay. What's your favorite movie of all time? Wreck-It Ralph. That would be Wreck-It Ralph. Although it's kind of, I feel like it's been a while since I've seen Wreck-It Ralph. I need to rewatch it to make sure it's still my favorite. All right, let's see. So far, Azula's Redemption is in the lead, followed by the Black Little Mermaid response. Although Jar collab against Cosmonaut is coming up. If I remember correctly, Azula's Redemption did not cover post-show comics. No, it did not, because I don't know about. I don't know about the comics. I didn't read them. This live Rags, yes. It's weird when people call me Rags because there is a YouTuber named Rags. How well does Wreck-It Ralph 2 hold up now? Wreck-It Ralph 2 didn't hold up when it came out. Wreck-It Ralph 2 was done poorly. I still liked Wreck-It Ralph 2 because it gave me what I wanted, but objectively, it was done very, very poorly. Wreck-It Ralph 2 and The Incredibles 2 should have switched. Wreck-It Ralph 2 should have taken place immediately after Wreck-It Ralph 1. And The Incredibles 2 should have taken place years after The Incredibles. Don't worry, guys. Shady is a pro live streamer. Yep. Pro doesn't mean good. I am technically a professional live streamer. Being a professional YouTuber, live streamer can be included in that. Are the Atla comics still going, or are they finished? I haven't read the Atla comics. That Azula one was supposed to come out at the end of this year, or towards the end of the year. My whole opinion on that was basically, Azula is not a character that should have a redemption. Like, she's not that type of character. And a lot of people were saying, Shady, the writers said that she was supposed to have one, but they didn't have enough time to give her one. And I'm like, that's cool, but I invoke the right of death of the author. Also, the two original writers of Atla can't be trusted because they wrote Korra. They wrote and they stand by Korra, so they cannot be trusted. Everybody always says, like, it wasn't those two who were actually the brains behind Atla. It was that one guy who wrote a lot of the episodes, but didn't come on during Korra. I can't remember his name. What are your favorite live action shows to watch? Burn Notice. I really love Burn Notice. Leverage. I absolutely love Leverage. Leverage is just so much fun to watch. Supernatural is fun. Supernatural went on for too long though. I'm trying to continue Better Call Saul. I keep getting annoyed at Better Call Saul because Jimmy keeps doing stuff that makes me cringe. But like if Mike just had his own freaking show, because Mike is such a good character. Everything Mike does in Better Call Saul is fun to watch. How do you feel about individual seasons of Korra, like ranked? I haven't seen Korra in a while, but back in the day when I watched the series full through, I liked it was 4, 3, 1, 2. I liked 4 the most because Korra was at the end of 3. Korra got humbled, and that reflected at the beginning of 4. So that's why I liked 4 so much. A lot of people say that 3 is objectively better, and I kind of agree with them. Like, 3 is the closest to a good Avatar series, although I know ER is currently tearing season 3 apart in his review of it. 1 had potential. It just had really annoying parts, and Korra herself was really annoying. And 2 is awful. 2, I detest 2 so much. 2 is such a slap in the face of Atla. Like, for them killing off all the avatars in 2, oh my goodness. Book 2 is one of the worst things happened in the Avatar franchise. Yes, I agree. I absolutely. My goodness gracious. I mean, the thing I hate the most in the entire Korra existence is the very first scene. I'm the Avatar and you got to deal with it. Like, I hate that so much because that is a slap, spit, whatever you want in the face of the lore of Atla. And I said that in my last Atla video, that scene is not defendable, and a lot of people got upset when I said that. A lot of people said, like, this scene does a good job of establishing Korra's character. And I'm like, sure, but do you know what it took away to do that? Like, it takes away so much from the lore to show Korra at the age of 4 bending 3 elements flawlessly. Like, that to me shows you didn't watch the original show, that you have a 4-year-old do that. I also hate Avatar being a shining kite on his core. I don't mind the concept of Avatar being the embodiment of good. But ER makes a fair point when he says that's a naive concept of yin and yang, because yin and yang is supposed to be balanced in general. It's not just good and evil like most people think it is. It's just supposed to be balance. I don't mind it, but that wasn't what the Avatar was originally supposed to be. Because they already had yin and yang in Atla. They showed them push and pull. Well, you said yourself you like diverse personalities. Yes, but that doesn't mean I like annoying personalities. You can have a lot of non-annoying personalities and have them be diverse. I don't. Korra's personality is not necessarily what I have a problem with. You can have a personality like Korra's and still have a good show. The problem is that Korra doesn't learn when she's supposed to. Specifically with Korra, like there's a lot of problems with the Legend of Korra, but Korra doesn't learn when she's supposed to, and it's frustrating watching her get away with half the stuff she does. Like when she blows up at Mako because she can't decide what to do, so she takes out her anger on him. That's why I like season 4 so much, because she's humbled. She still has that brash personality, but she's humbled, so she's constantly questioning herself. Like, is she doing the right thing? And she's kind of scared to be the Avatar because she almost died. So they basically made Korra Mary Sue. I never bothered with Legend of Korra, so I don't know what happens really. I wouldn't call Korra a Mary Sue. I used to. I even have a video where I said that I call Korra a Mary Sue. But seeing the whole series, I wouldn't call her that. Even I used to say, well, she's only a Mary Sue in season 1. Even then, I wouldn't say that. She definitely has Mary Sue moments. She has big Mary Sue moments, but I wouldn't call her a Mary Sue. I don't think the plot bends to her enough that she's a Mary Sue. I think at times it does bend to her. I don't think it bends to her enough that I would call her a Mary Sue. Took literal near-death experience to humble her, which again is fine. Like, this is the second story. It's really, well, is it the second? It's one of 2 stories I've seen where they try to give a character a god complex, and part of it is humbling the character, and they mess it up. The other story that I'm talking about is Bra from Dragon Ball Multiverse. I'm fine with a character having a god complex if it's natural, and then the world around them, like, kind of, the world around them doesn't even have to necessarily humble them. It's just, if the events come into play where they should be humbled, like, I expect that to happen. But that doesn't happen with Korra a lot of times. Korra is and a lot of it comes from just the writing in Korra just not being natural. The writing in Korra just flowing because the writers want it to happen a certain way. I'm the Avatar, you got to deal with it felt like a disrespect shot at Aang being an airbending prodigy in his young teens. Well, they wanted to do the opposite with Aang to Korra. That's why she doesn't know how to bend air. That's why she wants to be the Avatar. People have said it all the time. Aang's story is about a kid learning to be the Avatar, or a human learning to be the Avatar. Korra's story is about an Avatar learning to be a human. So that's supposed to be the difference, but they executed it horribly. Also, the polls are close. Stop cheating. Seth Lowry, thank you very much. They tried to make her so different from Aang in the beginning, and they contradicted Aang's story. Yes, that's just what I was saying. So God of War highlights lost that one. That's actually not a big surprise because that was just like me meandering around. So... yep, that's the 4th place. Almost feels like a waste of a round, to be honest with you. Let's do the next one. I gotta type all that all over again. My life is so hard, guys. Best non-review video round 2. There's a split second before I scream that I remind myself, don't scream. You know what that is. But it never gets to my brain in time. Azula's Redemption. Black Little Mermaid response. And then Jar. There you go. Are you looking forward to the live action Atla and the new Earth Kingdom Avatar thing? No, I'm not. To me, Atla is done, but like I'm willing to watch something with the Atla name on it. What are your thoughts on Ultimate Sacrifice from Ben 10 Ultimate Alien? I don't remember it. I watched a good chunk of Ultimate Alien, but I don't remember it. I wonder how the new show, whenever it comes out, will do. My man needs to retype the poll. Can we get a GoFundMe? GoFundMe? What? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The joke whooshed so hard. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. Let me read that right. My man needs to retype the poll. Can we get a GoFundMe? Oh, that whooshed me so hard. Are you looking? I just read that. According to the leaks from Insomniac Hack, the top 30 best-selling all-time PlayStation games are from the PS4 generation. Really? Really? All of them? Because, like, Grand Theft Auto 3, wait, does that not count as a PlayStation game? They might be talking about PlayStation exclusives. That might be what's going on. They might be talking about PlayStation exclusives. Please watch the Fallout series. It's gonna be horrible. That's actually something I do want to see. I just want to see what I don't have any anticipation if it's gonna be good or bad. I'm really curious. ATM, once again, thank you very much. Methinks you're not a fan of The Legend of Korra. No. Because it butchered one of the greatest shows of all time. It took the lore and it butchered it. It killed off Aang. Somebody on Twitter was telling me, they weren't telling me, they were just telling the world, that Korra's actions didn't kill off the other avatars, that they're still in the spirit world. Korra just doesn't have them on speed dial. She has to go to the spirit world to find them. And I'm like, I'm going to need proof of that, because in Atla, Aang couldn't find Roku in the spirit world. Roku was in him. He had to become spiritually awakened before he could talk to Roku. Like, yes, they could both do things in the spirit world once Aang was spiritually awakened, but he had to spiritually awaken himself. The avatar's spirits are supposed to be locked within the current avatar, so that the avatar can access them when they go into the avatar state. Do you ever think about reviewing the second worst live action adaptation in The Last Airbender versus Dragon Ball Evolution? It's the same. My mentality always goes to, like, what new thing would I say? But then I have already answered that question. You don't necessarily have to say anything new. People just want to see you do it in your personality. Ever thought about doing Ben 10 videos? The sequel shows aren't too bad, in my opinion. Yes, I've thought about doing Ben 10 because a lot of you intellectuals are fans of Ben 10. So I think that would actually be a good thing. It's just I haven't seen Ben 10 in a while, so I don't immediately know any episodes that would be fun to do or have a lesson that I could talk about. I would have to rewatch the series. And then again, that would be on top of all the other series that people that I know are going to do well on the channel. So, but yes, I do think about reviewing Ben 10. It's more than likely inevitably going to happen. Seth Lowry, any plans on Danny Phantom like the movies? I have a script for one Danny Phantom episode. I need to fine tune it. I also need to finish it because it's only like half a script. I was writing it during August. August was the month that I challenged myself. I said, release a video every week, no matter what. And that was supposed to be the last video in August, but it's in the script I was making. It was on an episode that, for lack of a better term, is important to me. I wanted to make sure my points got across, and I was running out of time, and I had to get a video out that week because, like I said, I was challenging myself. So that's what I did, the Boondocks video instead. I wrote up a script for the Boondocks really quickly, and I did that video instead. So I do have Danny Phantom, a script for Danny Phantom, on my computer. I just have to fine tune it. I request that you check out and review maybe a couple episodes of French anime that used to air on Cartoon Network in the early 2000s. French anime? I've never heard of French anime. Maybe it's her just cut off from her specifically, though. I wonder what direction they will take in 2025. I think it's about the nuclear age or the equivalent of it. I mean, she's the Avatar, so if it's cut off from her, it's cut off from everybody. And there was that poll of people saying like, "Oh, Korra's villains are so good." So I said poll. There's a conversation of people saying Korra's villains are so much better than Aang's, therefore she's so much better than Aang. And I'm like, if you follow me on Twitter, then you know, like, I made a big stink about that. That was my most popular tweet of the year. I was like, people just completely forgot that Aang was 12 years old, had to learn these things within less than a year, while Korra had her whole life to learn the elements. And that people couldn't touch Aang. Like, you had to be an elite warrior to touch Aang. But we're supposed to give Korra props because she fought a bunch of people. Like, she didn't even thrash them. She just fought a bunch of people who were extremely powerful. And that's because freaking Korra does power creep. It's trying to make the villains more powerful than Avatar. Y'all are talking about Code Lyoko. I'm finna switch. Code Lyoko was a French anime. I did not know that. I do love Code Lyoko. I don't know of any episodes I could immediately talk about. Code Lyoko is very formulaic. Ozai and Azula were way stronger than a lot of Korra's villains. So, Azula, right? Azula was 14, and she took down the Earth capital. She was 14, and she took down the Earth capital. And you're trying to tell me that Korra's villains are better. Azula was 14, she took down the Earth capital, and she killed the Avatar. She murdered the Avatar. Like, come on. Although one thing I have to grind my teeth when it comes to Azula is that canonically Katara is a better bender than her. That annoys me so much. It annoys me so much that Katara is canonically like better than both Zuko and Azula, because Katara beats Azula twice in the show. She doesn't just beat her in the final fight. She beats when they're underground fighting. Katara beats Azula. The only reason Azula comes out of that fight not dead is because Zuko interfered. Sorry, I love Azula, which I mentioned in the Azula video, that she's my favorite Avatar character. All right, so who is winning right now? The Azula Redemption is winning. That is, and the Jar collab is losing, huh? I would not have predicted that. She actually achieved something in a season. Korra's villains didn't get a single multi-season arc. True, though. I kind of blame. You know, you some of it you have to. Well, no. Kuvira, I think that's her name. Kuvira was introduced at the end of season 3. So technically, she got a multi-season arc. Amon was a great villain for what was supposed to be a single season of Korra. Amon was great until the very last minute when they completely retconned everything about him. When they were like, "Oh, he's a waterbender." No, stop. Yeah, he's not actually spirit bending. He's just blocking your chi. Stop. You have a good villain. Stop. Kuvira, voiced by Zelda Williams, was a great fit. The mastermind type villain is the best kind of villain. I mean, I could take any type of villain. Just depends on the environment. Have you ever wanted to do a video on Batman the Animated Series? I will be doing a video on Batman the Animated Series because I'm constantly talking about DCAU, and that's where it all started. Although I have a confession to make, and I just realized this myself, so don't get too mad at me. I didn't start really paying attention to superheroes until Static Shock. So the DC cartoons that came out before Static Shock, which is Batman, Superman, and Batman Beyond, I actually don't have a lot of knowledge on them. I didn't watch them that much. I watched Justice League a lot, and I watched Static Shock a lot, and I watched Teen Titans a lot. Although Teen Titans is technically not a part of the DCAU, but I watched those a lot. So I actually need to rewatch Batman, Superman, and Batman Beyond. I might do a reaction video of Batman the Animated Series. I think that'll be fun. Of the first episode. I think that could be a lot of fun. They never prove Amon wrong. Jack Manson, thank you very much. What was Amon's point? Amon's point was that the Benders were... they never really prove him wrong, but it was supposed to be... it's supposed to be like how a lot of people see activists in our real world, that they're complaining over nothing. Like, some of the stuff they complain about do happen, but it's not for the reason that they say. Korra was supposed to be like living proof that Benders don't get special privileges, even though she does get special privileges. Oh, man. And the thing is, like, the older Marvel cartoons, no, I don't remember them as either. I was about to say I remember them, but no. The only one I remember is Spider-Man, because I continued to watch Spider-Man the Animated Series as I got older. Like, I kept watching that one. But the X-Men, like, I don't remember that much about it. The only thing I remember about the X-Men was that one episode where Wolverine, I think it was Xavier's son, like, melted Wolverine and left him crying. Because he was in so much pain. Like, he healed from it, but he was in so much pain that he was crying. The timer got prematurely started. It is up now. So we're going to end that poll. And the ones moving on are Azula and the Black Little Mermaid. I am very shocked at that. The Jar Cosmonaut collab is taking third place. Okay. Final round for this one, guys. I keep clicking on the wrong doggone thing to start a poll. Best non-review. Final round. Azula's Redemption. And then Black Little Mermaid response. There you go. Now, this is the first thing that came up. You should do a video on Batman Beyond Return of the Joker movie. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. Pretty much anything DCAU for me is like a shoo-in. Like, I'm going to naturally talk about Batman, the animated series, Superman, the animated series, and Batman Beyond eventually. I'm going to eventually get to those. Because everybody's loving everybody's loving the Teen Titans, everybody's loving the Justice League, everybody's loving the Static Shock. So it's like, why would I not keep going in that direction? The Batman Brave and the Bold didn't do that well, but sometimes the first video of a series doesn't do that well. The first King of the Hill video didn't do that well. It was only until the second one, the John Redcorn video, that they'll start doing well. Same with the Justice League video. The first Justice League Christmas video didn't do that well. Like, it didn't do too poorly, but it didn't do really that well. It wasn't until the Flash video that Justice League started pulling in numbers. Yo, Static Shock is the best show ever. I like it. I wouldn't call it the best show ever. I realized, I think I said this last year, but I realized that my favorite cartoon show, my favorite superhero show of all time is Teen Titans. And I didn't realize that because Spider-Man is my favorite character of all time. So I thought it would be a Spider-Man cartoon. But I consider Justice League to be the best superhero show of all time, objectively speaking. But like, when I sat down and thought about it, I was like, I have more attachment to Teen Titans than I do any other superhero show. And that was really interesting to me. Showdown was such a great show. I agree. Reaction of Xiao and Showdown? I couldn't give you a reaction of Xiao and Showdown because I've seen Xiao and Showdown. I tried to watch the sequel series to it as well, and that annoyed me because they made some big mistakes with that one. Although some of it wasn't their fault; they couldn't get the copyrights. But I couldn't give you a reaction because I've seen like every episode of Xiao and Showdown multiple times. Do you watch Spectacular Spider-Man? I have seen it. I don't frequently watch it right now. The most things I watch are on YouTube, but when I'm looking for, like, when I'm just in a mood for a cartoon, I oftentimes go to, like, Rick and Morty. Like, that's a lot of times where I'm just, like, sitting down eating, and I'm like, I need something to watch. I'll put on a Rick and Morty episode. There was a sequel series? Yeah, well, it was a continuation, but also a slight reboot, because they redesigned the characters. They redesigned some of the characters, and they had to rename some of the Shengang Wu because they didn't have the copyrights, which was very annoying. They introduced a new character who was basically Omi but smaller, which everybody was mad at the time because they already had a fifth Shaolin warrior, and they just didn't bring him in. I forget his name, the black dude. Do you have a favorite TMNT show? That's difficult to say because I never finished watching any of the TMNT shows, but all the ones I did watch, other than all the ones I did watch, let's just leave it at that. Other than all the ones I did watch, I loved. I just never finished watching them. So I can't say I have a favorite, but that's going to make it sound like I don't like the TMNT shows in general, which I do. What did you think about Jodie from Daria? She was my second favorite after Jane. To me, Jodie was one of the only characters Daria could talk down to. I talked about this, so... Oh, that's right. That video never came out. So there was a video I made that never came out. It was a reaction to Is It College Yet? I filmed my reaction to that. It was because it was the final episode. It was the final thing of Daria. So I was like, oh, I filmed my reaction to the first episode. It'd be appropriate to film my reaction to the final thing of Daria. But I wound up not releasing it because to me, the way I was saying things was not very entertaining. Like it felt more like I was attacking the show than I was critiquing it. And it felt like I was repeating myself a lot, and all in all, I just thought it wasn't going to make a good video. But one of the things I said in that video that you guys never saw was that I don't particularly like Jodie that much because by herself, she's boring. Her predicament is interesting. The fact that she's a black girl from, normally I don't care about the color of skin, but they make the color of her skin a big deal in the show. She's a black girl in an all-white neighborhood, so she's constantly trying to, she's constantly aware of that, and her parents constantly bring that to her attention, and they're constantly trying to have her be the best, and so she has that pressure on her, and she never got to truly do anything she wanted. I think that's interesting, but her personality isn't interesting because she's the straight man. She has to be with another character for me to find really any interest in her. That's how I feel about Jodie. And I know that's not like a popular opinion because Jodie is a very nice person. So why would you hate this character? I don't hate her. It's just I find her boring when she's not around other characters. When you watch Is It College Yet? There's a huge part about that movie that's about Jodie. And I was just like, I'm not feeling this. At the end of the movie, I was feeling it because I felt like her predicament was interesting enough to justify it. But at the beginning, when I first got to that part, I was like, we're really going to have a section on Jodie? I don't care for this. Are you ever going to review an episode of Batman 2004? The Batman? Is that what you're talking about? Because it's possible. We'll see. I don't have it on my mind for doing it anytime soon, but we'll see. A lot of people were annoyed when I said that. I said I don't like any Batman that's not close to the Bruce Timm version and I used the Batman as an example, people were like, what? The Batman is good. I'm like, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying young me didn't like this types of Batman. And I say in the video that he wasn't being fair. He was being biased. I think that was a problem with Mac, why he was so underused. Yeah, Mac has the same problem. He's a straight man. He's only funny when he's reacting to the other characters. Though there are instances where I like Jody. For example, when she and Daria both go to the, they're both thinking about going to the, is it a prep school? Some kind of school, because they both have really good grades. And then Jody actually like heavily disagrees with how Daria is acting. I do like her then, but like throughout the show, I never like seeing Jody by herself. Have you ever seen Beware the Batman? That's the Batman show. I think the Batman show I see people talk about the least. I don't think I've ever even heard of that one. Have you seen More Oral? I've seen one episode of More Oral. I watched the first episode because people asked me to review it, and I was like, I don't think I can handle this. Because like I said, when it comes to like religious critiquing and stuff, that is a personal thing that I have to deal with. Would you watch a JLU edit I made? Not right now. I do have a channel in my server where you can post different things you've made for people to check out. So if you want to check out my Discord server, you can do that. Hopefully that still works. Yep, that still works. I wasn't sure if that still worked. Got just under 3 minutes for this current poll, and it is close. It is close. Want to say any cartoon childhood crushes? Mine Chemical and Hot Girl. Cartoon childhood crushes. So the first one was I think her name's Usagi, but the English version called her Serena. Basically Sailor Moon. I had a crush on Sailor Moon when I was a kid. And Sam from Totally Spies. Those are like the two big ones. I don't know if there was. I honestly don't know if there's any more other than them, because for a time, like the thought of having a crush on a cartoon for a hot minute was like it kind of creeped me out, for lack of a better term. It just felt weird. But before and after, I would say before and after that time, I would say yeah, Sailor Moon and Sam from Totally Spies. Sailor Mars is way better as an adult. Well, hold on. Let me choose my words carefully. Because the characters in that show are 14 years old. I understand what you're saying with the Sailor Mars thing. I just have to word myself carefully. Shady, what is your favorite abridged anime and which do you dislike? I like Ghost Stories and dislike Code Men. Favorite is difficult because to me it's like binary. Either I like it or I don't. Because I really like DBZA. I really like Yu-Gi-Oh! I just started watching one. I forget what it's called, but it's the one with Saber. I just started watching that one. I watched it all the way through and I loved it. But I've never seen the anime, so the anime was completely spoiled for me. Which I'm kind of mad because if you know that anime, you know there are a bunch of twists and turns and whatnot. I liked Attack on Titan, both the Team 4-Star one and the other one. Please don't kill me, please. I don't want to die. And of course, Sword Art Online. That one's a really good one. Fate Zero, is that what it is? I've never seen the actual anime, but I read the comments in the abridge, and like they were basically spoiling the anime, but the anime's old, so it's my fault for not watching anime. Okay, the polls are closed. And the best non-review video of 2023 is the Azula Redemption. I didn't see that one coming. Y'all shocked me with that one. The Azula Redemption. I really didn't think that was going to happen. I thought it was going to be between the Jar collab and this one, the Black Little Mermaid response. Interesting. Very interesting. Which is, yeah, this is a non-scripted video as well. Yeah. Okay. Well, moving on. Oh, I got to drag this to the winner's circle. Which one is it? You? No. All right. The last one. All right. You get to go to the winner's circle. Okay. Now, next up, Daria. The best Daria video. Okay, so that. Oh, I don't remember what the first the first episode is called. I'm just gonna put reaction because it was a reaction video. And then, wow, my memory's blanking on me today. What was the second one called? Misery Chick. Misery Chick. Wow. Well, I remember what the last one's called. Boxing Daria. What's the second last? Why is my brain doing this? These titles were not hard to remember. Hold on. I have a YouTube channel. I can go check it. Guys, what's the episode with the painting called? I can't remember. Oh my goodness, my brain is blanking right now. Can somebody please tell me the name of the painting episode? It was I talked about it for so long this year. There's Misery Chick, there's Boxing Daria, and well, I know it's called Censoring Negativity. Arts and Crafts, thank you. Arts and Crafts. Oh my goodness, why could I not remember that? Jeez. Go, vote. All right, and reminder, if there's a tie, I am the tiebreaker. Oh my goodness, that annoyed me. My brain was just like, no, you're not allowed to remember. You are not allowed to remember. All right, so Arts and Crafts is taking a early lead, but Misery Chick is very close. Oh, already tied it up. Misery Chick just tied it up. Whew. AJ Miller, huge fan, Shady. That show was great cargo. Thank you very much. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, the abridged series. So yeah, I don't know if I have an abridged. I guess technically, I mean, if I have to pick one, I guess DBZA, but it really doesn't feel right to say that I like that more than SAO because I really do love SAO abridged. But I also really love DBZA. And to be honest, though, I've probably seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged more than any other one. Because I used to put Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged on as background music while I coded in college. Specifically the semifinals to the Battle City tournament. I used to love listening to that. I'd love to see a Gargoyles review eventually. That's probably going to happen. I need to get some freaking Marvel shows on here. People keep asking for that. Like, Shady, you always do DC. Like, what about Marvel? It's because I don't have as clear of a memory of Marvel shows as I do with DC shows. Because Marvel shows were not on Cartoon Network. DC shows were on Cartoon Network. And I watched Cartoon Network a lot more than anything else. Oh, you a dev too? Neat. Am I a dev? I don't know what a dev is. Mystery Chick was such wasted potential to me, since that could have been a good opportunity for Daria to reflect on her being such a jerkish, pessimistic Debbie Downer, but she doesn't learn anything. Yeah, I mean, I said something similar. Like, I liked Misery Chick, but I felt like it was coming from the perspective of someone who agrees with Daria rather than somebody who's being objective about the show. Because I do think somebody posted a really good comment on Mystery Chick the other day. They said being happy is not the only reason for smiling. Which, you know, I said that in the video. I said something almost exactly that in the video, but the way they worded it kind of hit me in a good way. I can't remember the exact wording right now, though. Spider-Man the animated series or X-Men the animated series are some that come to mind for Marvel shows. Part of the difficulty with finding an episode to review is that I want to watch the show in order, but you don't necessarily find a good episode that way. And what I do right now is I don't review seasons, I review episodes. So until I find a good episode, it feels like, from my perspective, that I'm just wasting time, even though I'm not, because people love it when I reference other episodes in current episodes. So, you know, I'll be watching the show and I'll say, did they forget in this past episode that such and such happened? People love when I do that. So it's not necessarily a waste of time. It just, to me, on my end, it feels like a waste of time. 90s X-Men is pretty good. I just can't stand Jubilee, who was supposed to be a representation of the generation at the time. Ooh, Mystery Chicken Arts and Crafts are neck and neck. Looks like Boxing Daria is not gonna. I'm actually kind of shocked. I thought Boxing Daria would have been higher, but looks like no. Luca de Moth Person, you retracted your message, but thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it. And I do want to, if anybody has donated to me on other stuff, in any way whatsoever, like Patreon or my PayPal that I have in the description, I thank you very much. I don't always call attention to that stuff because, to me, the donating is just extra. I only started the donating stuff because people were saying, Shady, we would like a way to donate. And I was like, okay, well, I'll make a Patreon, I'll make a PayPal. And then I did it. But I don't want people to feel like I don't see when they do that stuff, because I do. I just don't call attention to it because, to me, it's like, I feel like YouTube and my sponsors or official parties are the ones that's supposed to be paying me. So, but I really appreciate when people give money in any sort of way whatsoever, because I know that's you taking your hard-earned cash and giving it to me, and I appreciate it. You know, typical YouTuber speech right here. I would be nothing without an audience. Yes, I do the work, but if you guys didn't share and do whatever, I would pretty much be nothing. So thank you for donations and such. 90s X-Men was a great episode about religion. It has kind of criticism, but it's mostly point religion in a semi-positive light. I believe Kurt was a heavy Christian. I don't know if that made it into the cartoon. I agree, and Rogue was great in both shows. I remember not liking X-Men Evolution. I need to rewatch it because everybody else is saying, like, oh, it was such a good version of the characters. And I remember liking Wolverine in the X-Men, but that thing only got, I think it only got one season. And Doug Walker just came out with a review for it, and he was like, he didn't like it that much. Or rather, he didn't like it as much as X-Men Evolution. Which, just because Doug Walker says something, it doesn't mean I'm going to necessarily agree with it. I disagree with like 60% of the stuff Doug Walker says. I'd love to support. You've provided weeks, if not months, of solid entertainment and very helpful advice, but I don't have a coin for my cup. That's fine. Like, watching the videos helps. So, as long as you engage with the content, that is helping. It's just when people give their money, that's going a huge extra mile. Like, I know a lot of influencers get to the point where they forget how big of a step that is for people to give them money when their content is already free. Like, that's a big step on that person. So that's why I just wanted to point it out, because I never really give that much credit to my like Patreons or PayPal donors, but I wanted them to know that I do see them. It's still neck and neck. Oh man, are you guys gonna make me choose between Misery Chick and Arts and Crafts? Huh. Well, we'll see. Still got a minute and a half. Actually, no, it doesn't matter, because this is an elimination. I don't have to choose. I don't have to choose unless if it was a tie for last place, then I would have to choose. Coming up on the 2-hour mark for the stream. We've gotten through 2 polls, and we're on the 3rd one. This stream might go a lot longer than I had planned. Any plans to do more shorts, maybe with the In a Nutshell series? I want to so badly do In a Nutshells. I neglected to do In a Nutshells throughout this year because this was the year where I was more so listening to the business side of my brain. And In a Nutshells don't really get that many numbers. Now, I don't necessarily care, but that is a part of the business. I have so much fun making In a Nutshell, so I hope I get the guts to do more come 2024, because I absolutely want to do more In a Nutshells. They are so much fun to make. What are your thoughts on Murder Drones? Do you think it has potential for a video? I've never heard of Murder Drones, if you're talking about a show. All right, that's it. Pencils down in the poll. And the loser is the reaction video. So, all you people who voted for the reaction video, you get a chance to disperse your numbers. Look at the moth person. Thank you very much. I'll get to your message in a moment. I need to start the next poll. And for once, I didn't click on the wrong thing. Okay, best Daria video, round 2. Misery Chick. Arts and Crafts. And Boxing Daria. There you go. Hey, wanted to throw out some recommendations. I don't know if you watched the channel JetX. Yes, I did. But they had some shows. Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go was a great show. I don't see anyone talking about it. I should probably check out that show. I've referenced that show, but I've actually never seen it. I just used to listen to the theme song all the time. But I've actually never seen it. A lot of people were really excited when I referenced Chiro in the Beast Boy episode. Why doesn't this thing let me vote? Just because I made the poll doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to participate in it. It's like Arts and Crafts is taking the lead. Those people who voted for the first video seem to have gone for Arts and Crafts, but Boxing Daria is, whoa. Looks like the rest of those votes went to Arts and Crafts and Boxing Daria. Misery Chick has fallen behind. I'm curious, is there... it was supposed to be mindless fun, but then got serious. Can I think of one? I feel like I know of a show that did that, but my brain just keeps going to anime, because that's a trope in anime where the first couple of episodes will be all nice and peaceful, and then the rest will be just serious and gloom. Have you seen... Oh, my stomach just made a noise. My OBS just disconnected. It says I'm back now. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear? Are you there? The stream did just freeze. I disconnected from... It just did it again. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Let me close some background programs. Why don't you review Kung Fu Panda? I that's another thing I should look more into, getting back into movie reviews. Okay. I'm closing some background stuff that might have... I usually close it before a stream starts, but I completely forgot to do it this time. Hello? Frozen again? No! No! It can't be. It says I'm connected. Okay. Now it works again. Okay. It's back. Okay, I'm very scared. I'm very, very scared. Okay, hey, have you seen Spectacular Spider-Man? If so, what do you think? Spectacular Spider-Man is objectively the best Spider-Man product. Not cartoon, product. It is objectively the best Spider-Man product. I think it beats out Spider-Man video games. I think it beats out Into the Spider-Verse, although Into the Spider-Verse is a close second, is a very close second. Uh-oh, fireworks have started. If you guys hear background noise, that's the fireworks. Forget horror games. You want to scare a YouTuber? Just throw a buffering symbol up randomly. Yes. Yes. Wow, even better than PS4 games. I haven't played the PS4 games, and the internet discourse around them makes me not want to play them. Because everything I'm seeing, they're like, oh, Spider-Man 2, we're just going to make Venom immune to fire. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, and from now on, Miles Morales is going to be the protagonist. And I'm just, the conversation around Miles Morales is just so annoying. It's just absolutely annoying. Ever thought of doing some live action superhero movies? Movies is... I need to try it with movies, because my current style that I do with Shady Doorags is I do it scene by scene. I used to review movies in seasons, but I didn't do them scene by scene. I would talk about different aspects and then edit it all together. So with the current Shady Doorags style of doing it scene by scene, I would need to try a movie and see how that works. The Daria movie could probably work, because I do want to review Is It Fall Yet? What on earth is that in the chat? Did somebody actually type that, or is it Sorry, on the stream chat, not the actual chat, but on the stream chat, there's a weird text. I don't know what's going on with that. The YouTube algorithm disagrees with arts and crafts being better than Misery Chick. Well, so sometimes people like re-click on a video for various reasons. My understanding is people thought it was good but lazy, re Spider-Man 2. You got to pull a Mauler and drop a 6-hour video. There are goals I'm trying to reach, and with those goals, it would be hard for me to justify making a video like the kinds Mauler makes. Also, I lose interest in videos. Stop doing that. Stop. I don't know what's going on. My internet connection is stable, so I have no idea what's going on with this. What about literature? Ever consider book reviews? I currently don't read. I used to read a lot when I was a kid, but I currently don't read. And what was I going to say? One of the reasons I don't read is because my attention span has been destroyed. When I was young, I could easily focus on something for hours. This continued until like college. Like I used to focus, and I just fall asleep. Speaking of Mauler, I loved you on EFAP's Ratatouille stream. Any plans on another guest appearance there? That's up to them. I have asked Mauler to appear on a very specific video, but that's his decision on whether or not he wants me to come back. I'm glad to see some people liked me on the EFAP stream, because even I didn't really like me. Just breaking, which it just did just now. Well, we got the results. I don't know what to do about this. But Boxing Daria has lost. Boxing Daria is 3rd place. I'm very scared. What is going on? OBS, what are you going through? Like I'm very scared to stop streaming and then start streaming again, because a lot of times that splits the video in half, and I don't want to do that. All right, if it is it lagging? If it's lagging, you might have to try restarting. If it does that thing again, I might just have to restart OBS, and then if it still does it after that, I might have to restart the stream, which I really don't want to do because it's going to split my stream. Hi, Shady, longtime viewer. Love your stuff, man. Happy to be here. Happy to have you, though. We've been having some issues with OBS just cutting out for some reason. It just started. Like, we've been streaming for 2 hours. There's a 50-second buffer. Try refreshing the stream if there's lag. Sometimes when a stream cuts out and then cuts back in, it'll lag on your end, but it won't lag on my end. Ah, that's really annoying. Shady, what's your hard drive PC usage at? I don't know. It's fine now. It's fine now. Okay, it's good now. Sometimes it stops and buffers. Yeah, whatever you guys say, it stops. On my end, it says, hey, OBS just crashed. I'm like, why? It's like, oh, no, it's fine again. Like, I don't know why. Yeah, I've got the task manager up right now. It's just, it's difficult to keep an eye on it because I've got all this other stuff open. Let me close some of these other internet tabs that were open for a while. I'm going to close this. Don't need that. Yeah. Well, obviously, I don't want to close GIMP because that has all the things I need on it. How much stuff do you have open? A lot. I have my OBS. I have my audio controller. I have chat. I have the stream. Well, no, it's the back end of the stream, not the actual stream. Like, there's no video playing. It's just the stream data, so I can check when something goes wrong. And of course, I have GIMP open. And now I have Task Manager open. So, well, it's been holding so far. It's been a while since this happened. I don't know. You have an adorable laugh. Do I now? I have like 5 different laughs, and I can mimic all of them really well. Well, you might be talking about like the burst out laughter, like the that might be one of them. That's like the one I just did was the chuckle. It wasn't an actual laugh. Not a bad villain laugh. Yeah, I've been working on it. I forgot to start the timer for the the poll. Thankfully, the timer tells me how long it's been going, or the poll tells me how long it's been going, so I can adapt. Oh, this is close. My goodness. Don't forget, guys, to vote in the poll for the best Daria video. Jeez. Y'all got it neck and neck. I remember your laugh when the trickster was explaining his plans in the Flash video. Can't help but laugh a lot with it. For the record, laughs in the video are usually like moments where I genuinely laughed while watching the episode. Or I thought were really funny. I don't always laugh, but they're usually moments that I thought were extremely funny. Well, they're usually moments where I laugh, but they're always moments that I think that are genuinely funny. And one of them in the murder mystery laugh, that one was a legit, genuine laugh. Like, I was legit laughing, and I had in the script that I was supposed to laugh, and I had burst out laughing at one of my jokes, and I was like, well, I might as well use that since since I've already got it recorded. Have you watched Venture Bros? I don't know if it's a good fit for the channel, but it's one of my personal favorites. That's a request I get a lot. I watched the first episode, wasn't really feeling it, and I haven't gone back to it yet. A lot of people have told me to go back to it and stick with it. So I'm trying to figure out like a schedule to watch stuff, because it used to be a scheduled for every Wednesday. I just sit down and watch stuff, but that turned into kind of something else. So I need another day where I force myself to just sit down and just watch things. And I have a movie pass too now, so I can go to the movies and do that. So I need a day where I wake up, I go to the movies, and I come home and I just watch a bunch of different shows. So I have more stuff. Because even if I don't necessarily review them, just having them as a reference is good. Like, it's better if you want to become a reviewer or something. It's very good to immerse yourself in a lot of that thing. So, like, if you want to become a reviewer of movies, it's good to watch a lot of movies. If you want to become a reviewer of cartoons, it's good to watch a lot of cartoons. I watched a lot of cartoons growing up, so I already have a lot of cartoons under my repertoire. But it would be good for me to just sit down and watch cartoons, like just pick a day out the week and just watch a bunch of cartoons now, instead of watching a bunch of YouTube videos, which is what I normally do. Man, the votes are really close. Yeah. And the unfortunate thing is we kind of lost a lot of people because of the crashes. Have you seen many indie animations on YouTube? I have, but none that I could like list. I couldn't really list them. You guys are really going to make me decide what's the best Daria video. Oh, jeez. I'd love to hear Bob Burger's internal commentary. Yeah, Bob's Burgers is another one I get talked about a lot. That's another one I watched the first episode and I wasn't feeling it. And again, I need to go back to it. I can't wait until you watch more Brave and the Bold. I adore that show. Brave and the Bold didn't perform as well as I thought it was going to. Well, like I said, sometimes the first video of a series doesn't do well. It happens. It doesn't necessarily mean that series is a bust. Speaking of anime shows, have you given any more thought to your Atlas reviews? Yes, I'm going to try to get on those. Starting January, I'm going to try to get on those. We'll see what happens. Have you thought about doing a vid on movies from Cartoon Saloon, particularly their Irishman-based films? Love to see a video about them. Not sure if I've heard them. It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if I've heard them. A minute and a half on the poll. Although it should be less than that, but I started the timer at an infrequent time. When that thing says 10 minutes, I'm ending the poll. Good gravy, it's close. And I am the tiebreaker when it's 50-50. I am the tiebreaker. Keep it up, boss. Will be right up your alley. Either way, keep up the good work. I recall that you used to have a Let's Play of Infamous. Ever consider reviewing, comparing it to Static? I privated the Let's Plays of Infamous. I privated the Let's Plays of Infamous because on my second channel, I have a Let's Play of Infamous. Infamous 1 and Infamous 2. Oh, y'all. Okay, I'm waiting for this timer to end. Once this timer ends, 10 minutes is up, but once this timer ends, I'm clicking the end poll because this thing keeps switching. It keeps going from 51, 49, 50, 50, 51, 49, 50, 50. But as soon as my timer ends, I'm clicking it. I recall that you used, yeah. So there is a Infamous Let's Play on the second channel. That's why I privated the other one. So I didn't want it to be confusing. That's it. I'm ending it. It's done. That's the end. 50-50. 50-50. So that means I get to decide which makes it to the final round. And My decision is... Yeah. Arts and crafts. I like arts and crafts. I like the arts and crafts video. I think the arts and crafts video is funnier. It has 2 jokes in it that I really like. I really like the Daria Jane height joke. It has a bunch of jokes I like. I like the Daria Jane height joke. I like the that's the point joke. And I really love the ooh donuts joke. I've seen the arts and crafts one more than I've seen the misery chick one. All right, so arts and crafts gets to move on to the final round. Let me just move that. No, which one uses arts and crafts? Your arts and crafts. Okay. Yay. All right. Shorts. Oh, this one's going to be a short one because there's only 2 videos. So, best short video. The Velma one wasn't really a short. It wasn't a YouTube short, but it was a short video, so I'm counting it. What was that one? Oh yeah, considered woke content. All right, so I actually don't need a timer because this thing tells me when 10 minutes have passed. So if you've never seen either of these videos, which I wouldn't blame you if you didn't, because neither of them were really that big. The Velma one is just I had a bunch of Velma footage because I was planning to review the show, but then I got like a quarter of the way in the script and I was like, I don't care about this show. And I just stopped writing the script, but I still had the Velma footage. So I made I was talking to another YouTuber, and they came up with this. We both talked and we talked about how the snapping doesn't make any sense, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna make a video about that." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll make one too." And that's why I made the Velma hypnosis video. And then the other one is I just gave a basic explanation. A lot of people say, "Oh, if this really good cartoon that came out a long time ago came out today, it would be considered woke." I just gave my take on that, which is that. Yes, it would be considered woke, but not because of but because people have lost faith in modern day writers. Like people see progressive content today and they immediately assume it's bad faith because they've been given nothing but bad progressive writing for the past decade. So that's what those two are about. That is an awesome thumbnail on Velma, though. That Velma thumbnail, I'm proud of myself on that one. Not a lot of people care about the Velma series. I've never seen it. At the time, they cared about it because it was a representation of everything that was wrong with people adapting media. It's like the Emoji Movie. Like it's not the worst thing out there, but it's a great representation of everything that's wrong. Hey, what games are you looking forward to next year, if any? The only game I'm looking forward to is Tekken, because I'm trying to get back into gaming. I don't know when Kingdom Hearts 4 is supposed to come out, but I'll probably be getting that since that's the game I'm playing on the second channel right now, Kingdom Hearts. YouTube didn't give notifications to shorts, so I wasn't even know you did shorts. I don't really do shorts. That's the one on the right, the woke thing. That's the only short I've ever done. And the only reason I started doing shorts is because at the time I was on vacation, and I just wanted to get a video or two out so I wouldn't like be completely making no numbers. And B, because YouTube made shorts a bit more important to the website. Like I was just gonna, if I made a short video, I was just gonna leave it as a regular video. But YouTube has made shorts more important to the website. So now when I make short videos, which is very rare, I make a short video like, I don't know, maybe every 6 months when I get inspired. Now I'll be making it a short. What Kingdom Hearts? I wrote a 900,000 fanfic for Kingdom Hearts. I think you meant to put words in there. I didn't realize that was on your second channel. It's not on my second channel. It will be on my second channel tomorrow in 4K. I've already uploaded the first 4 episodes. I need to edit the next 6 episodes. But like I said, for me, 4K editing, my computer throws a hissy fit. That's pretty much what I'm going to do starting tomorrow. I'm going to be rendering 4K footage. Yeah, January is probably going to be a weird month for the channel because I'm going to be working on the second channel a lot. I'm going to be prioritizing that. On the main channel, I'm probably going to be looking at videos that I want to make, but normally people don't watch that much, like the Atla videos. Probably. We'll see. I'm not going to guarantee that. 4K video in Kingdom Hearts 4. Saw what you did. Well, it's not on Kingdom Hearts 4. I don't think Kingdom Hearts 4 has come out yet. I'm doing a Kingdom Hearts marathon starting with the first game. I'm going to try to play all the games. I'm going to complete Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, leading my way up to 3 because I've never played 3. But I'm also going to play all the other Kingdom Hearts. And, well, the ones you can play. I think it's, what is it? 3 something something over 2. That one isn't playable anymore. It's just a bunch of cutscenes. I see. I've only heard people not care about it. Guess I missed the Velma discussions. Yeah, Velma was one of those YouTuber nom shows. Like, it got you a lot of views if you talked about Velma. Who was it? What's that girl name? C-Puff Person. Her channel got a lot bigger because of Velma. Which, if y'all don't know, on my recommendations... that was fireworks. On my recommendations, C-Puff Person is one of the people I recommend. She has a very similar style to mine, though she... in how her channel looks. And what she actually does is very different because she goes into a lot of detail about the things she's talking about. Whereas I just go like, hey, I saw this thing and I thought it was fun. Yeah, people watch YouTube videos about Velma instead of watching the show itself. Pretty much, yeah. That's the way people do it. Velma just made me so angry while watching it. Like I was so annoyed while watching Velma because I actually got somewhat invested into the mystery. The show is just hot garbage throughout it, and you're baffled by how something can be just so bad. But I actually got somewhat caught up in the mystery, and I was like, how are they going to make this mystery work? And it turns out they don't. And I was so mad. Like the mystery makes no sense whatsoever. When they finally reveal who did it and how they did it and whatnot, it makes no sense. And I was just so mad. That's part of the reason why I made the snapping video. Because I'm like, oh, so supposedly Velma gets hypnotized, and whenever people get hypnotized, snapping brings them out of it. But you had people. I was so mad because Velma and her mom are both hypnotized. Velma's mom literally says, Velma, I'm hypnotized. And Velma says the only way to unhypnotize somebody is by snapping. And nothing happens. I'm like, how in the very moment that you say that, you forget that that she's supposed to snap out of being hypnotized? How do you make that mistake? Velma is so awful. It's absolutely insane. Again, it's not the worst thing ever, but it encompasses what's so wrong with adaptations today. Kingdom Hearts retrospective win. I mean, possible, but I would have to get more comfortable with long form content. Which I used to be comfortable with long form content, but then I got comfortable with short form content. Well, short form content. My videos are generally somewhere between like 12 minutes and 25 minutes. I don't think I've ever recently made a video over 30 minutes. I did make that miraculous video, which was over an hour. But for basic Shady Doorags videos, I don't think I've made a video that's over 30 minutes. For the things where I have a lot to say, they tend to go over 20 minutes, but stay less than 30 minutes. And then for the quicker videos, they tend to be like 12 to 15 minutes. I could be wrong, but I heard that Mickey Mouse is going to become public domain next year. Is that right? I heard that a lot too. Well, I heard people say it's going to be specifically classic Mickey Mouse, which I don't know how modern Mickey Mouse gets excluded from that, but I would have to look more into that. But I did hear that, yes, that once midnight happens, classic Mickey Mouse is going to be public domain. Fun fact, Minnie King openly admitted to kissing a fellow actor without consent and then threatened his job if he told anyone. Yep. I highly recommend the C Puff Person Velma video. It's a long sit, but it's a fun listen. And C Puff is very informed on film in general. So she has a lot of input in that regard. So she'll reference a lot of things from shows and movies that you might not have thought of and go into heavy detail about it. The Steamboat Willie version, yes. It might be all of Mickey, but I heard it was specifically the original version of Mickey is going to be public domain. Which I don't get how Winnie the Pooh became public domain before Mickey. I guess Disney didn't own Winnie the Pooh. It was a storybook. They just owned the rights to it. What do you think of fan games? I don't really play fan games, but I've seen some really good ones. Specifically, what's the game called? I can't remember. It's a Five Nights at Freddy's fan game, and it's about being in escape rooms. Poll's done. It's about being in escape rooms, and you have to get out. It's a really well done game, and it was made by I think two 18-year-olds. Well, they were 18 at the time, and I was like, that is insane. Like it paid heavy attention to detail. It was really good. All right, so the supposed woke content video wins. Not really much of an applause for that one because neither of these two videos were, that popular. So you get to go to the winner's circle. Here you go. All right. Next up. Uh-oh. This one might be... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Best Teen Titans video. Woo, boy. Y'all don't tear out each other's throats, okay? This one's easy. Well, this one's easy for me to type, is what I'm just saying. There you go. Fight! Oh, boy. First person immediately clicked on Cyborg. Let's see. Oh, man, the poll is doing a dance. Starfire, Cyborg, no. Sci-Fi, no. Oh, Starfire, Raven are... Oh, Raven just took the lead. Oh, man. Man, it'd be easier to vote them out. They are doing a dance, but Beast Boy is falling behind. No, Beast Boy caught up to Cyborg. Oh, man. Woo. I was very happy with the Teen Titans content. I love the show, and talking about these episodes were so much fun. People keep asking, like, Shady, are you still going to do Teen Titans? Yes, I'm still going to do Teen Titans. I said in the Beast Boy video, I'm at least going to do a Terra video. But yes, it's my all-time favorite superhero show. So yes, I'm definitely going to do more. And you guys like it. They get views. So I have absolutely no reason to not do Teen Titans. Woo, Starfire is leading. Actually, I shouldn't be concerned with who's leading. I should be concerned with who's falling behind because, you know, there's more rounds after this. But Beast Boy is falling behind right now. Have you heard of Undertale Yellow and Delta Traveler? They are probably the best fan games besides the FNAF ones. No, I have not. I'm not really caught up on video games in general. Like, all the video games I know of is mainly like stuff I watch people play. Or I've played, but my knowledge of video games is like 15 years old. It's really old knowledge. This is the exciting part of the stream, the Teen Titans video. And I'm clicking on the wrong thing. I personally enjoy Teen Titans over Justice League, to be honest. I mean, personally, I'd probably say, yeah, I enjoy Teen Titans more. But I still think objectively, Justice League is the better show. Somebody saying easily Starfire. This one, I think the other ones I had a clear favorite. This one, there are two that I'm not sure which one I would put above. If we have another 50-50 and it's the two that I'm thinking of, we might be in trouble. Although I will say one thing that kind of irks me is that for these thumbnails, Starfire is the only Titan on the right side. If I brought in the Robin one too, Robin was last year, so he doesn't get to be a part of this. But Robin is also on the left. So I am annoyed that Starfire is the only one on the right side. Who's your favorite Titan? Well, that would be Robin, since Robin's my favorite DC character. Is Shady a VTuber? No, I would love to be a VTuber, though. I would have to get more knowledge on how to go about doing that. I'm a PNG tuber. There's a difference. VTubers are their avatars are live reactions. My avatars are not live reactions. They are PNGs. Did you do a video on the Robin episode where he goes to Japan to find a magic staff? Can't believe I forgot his name. Robin goes to Japan to find a magic staff. I don't think that's an episode. You might be thinking of the quest. He doesn't go to Japan to find a magic staff. If you're thinking of a movie, he goes to Japan to find a villain, not a magic staff. Who do you like more of the Teen Titans girls, though? That's a difficult question. Back in the day, I would have easily said Starfire. I think still I prefer Starfire, but like I don't want to put down Raven because I really like Raven. Like my fave Titans are obviously Robin's at the top, Cyborg's probably second, Starfire, Raven, Beast Boy. So the order I did the videos, basically. Have you done an episode about Bluey? No. I'm not sure if I will. I've been thinking about it because people have been saying like that would be a good thing for me to try and tackle. But I'm not so sure. I like Blackfire the most. Are we including the villains? I actually don't like Jinx like most people do. A lot of people really love Jinx. I actually don't like her that much. I've had a recent appreciation for Blackfire. When I was a kid, I didn't care for Blackfire. I don't care for Bumblebee. Terra gets on my nerves sometimes. Like I kind of like Terra, but I also she also kind of gets on my nerves. If you do a secondary episode on the Titans, please do the time traveling episode for Cyborg. Well, I don't have any plans on stopping Teen Titans stuff until I run out of episodes. So I'll probably hit every episode eventually. We'll see. The harder ones to talk about are the ones with consistent plots because I either have to dedicate to talking about every episode, or I have to do a different format where I'm not talking about it scene by scene. Because that is a commitment. Which is possible, you know. It's just my brain has trouble thinking of scripts for that today. Whew, 3 minutes left. Oh, Beast Boy, you're lagging. You're lagging, Beast Boy. Ever thought of reviewing the story of any video game that are based on a cartoon IP? No, I have not. Unless you count Kingdom Hearts. Because I'm currently doing a Let's Play of Kingdom Hearts. I find Terra interesting, but I enjoy a character who defies the master who raised them to be evil. Terra reminds me a lot of Danny Phantom. Okay, I can see that. Terra was more twisted than raised, but yeah. I can see what you mean when you say you're drawn to that. You should do the one where Mad Mod takes over. What about the Robin one? The Robin one was made last year. So it can't be the best Teen Titans video of 2023. The Robin video, I believe, made it to the finale of last year, but it lost to the winner, the King of the Hill Capitalism episode. Which I was very disappointed. I really wanted the Robin one to win. Starfire is only winning because of sicko simps. I mean... Are you sure I just didn't tell really good jokes in the Starfire one? Sounds like somebody's drinking a whole lot of haterade over there. How do you think Terra was handled in TT compared to the Juice contract? Well, I've only seen Teen Titans in regards to like Teen Titans and Young Justice are the only ones I've really seen these characters. Well, I've also seen some of them in like Justice League stuff. 10 minutes. That's it. Time. And the loser is Beast Boy. Beast Boy, you are the 4th place. The rest of the Titans are moving up. Go! My go is going to be delayed because you guys will have already seen the poll by the time I say it. And they're off. Cyborg taking the lead with Raven and Starfire close behind. Raven is coming up. Starfire is losing momentum. Raven is up, but there goes Starfire. They are neck and neck. Cyborg and Raven are neck and neck. The Starfire fans don't seem to be coming. The Beast Boy fans seem to have diverted to either Cyborg or Raven. Starfire has fallen behind. Raven is taking the lead once again. Here comes Cyborg with the lead yet again. Raven has taken it. Yes, yes. Starfire is closely closing in with nobody paying attention to her, but nope. Raven is the one to look out for here. Man, I have no idea how this is going to go. All the Beast Boy votes went to Raven. The DC animated movies are very hot. Hit or miss for me. I hated Judas Contract. Those are ones I just need to sit down and watch because I know I'm gonna like most of them. I watch clips of them on YouTube all the time, and I'm just like, okay, I've got food. I should watch a DC animated movie. Now I'm gonna watch Rick and Morty again. Oh, look at that! Cyborg has fallen behind. It's Starfire and Raven neck and neck. Go, best girl, go. Y'all are voting for the videos, not the actual characters. I mean, who's to say I wouldn't do the same thing? With that little speech, I recommend you review the Teen Titans episode with that race with all the bad guys. That race with... Oh, I know which one you're talking about. The one where Robin has a secret in a briefcase and everybody wants it. Starfire Raven 50-50, not surprising. Because y'all ain't voted for the video. Y'all voted for your... I ain't mad. You should watch Murder Drones. It's not the best show, but it ain't anywhere near bad. Wacky Racers DC edition. I used to love Wacky Racers. Scooby-Doo and the werewolf. That used to be my favorite Scooby-Doo movie. Man, I used to love that movie. Oh, I thought we were voting for best character. Best Teen Titans video. It says it in the poll and on the screen. It's purely coincident that my fave also has the better video. Have you seen Mystery Incorporated? I've seen tidbits of it. That's another show I've been meaning to just sit down and watch. There are so many good shows that I just want to sit and watch, but it really is just laziness. Oh, Cyborg's coming up. Some people don't like that the simps are in the votes. Try to make Cyborg catch up. People going to start another account just to make sure Cyborg doesn't lose. The Raven Star videos could have been you just eating an apple and they would still be beating Cyborg. Cyborg's neck and neck. Look at him. He's at 33. Ooh, this is actually pretty close. I'm voting purely objectively here. I will let you know there is no way this is in no way a popularity contest. Quit simping. Remember what happens if it's a tie. I get to decide. Both of you to assume that Cyborg doesn't have simps. Usually when people are simping for the boys, it's Robin they're simping for. Neck and neck. I feel like some people were like underdog voting. They saw Cyborg was losing. It's like, no. Everybody, all the Starfire Raven fans are like, Give up now, Cyborg. You cannot win. And Cyborg's like, yes, I can. He really is the little cyborg that could, after all. You guys underdog voting, you cheaters. Underdog voting to counter the simp voting. You seen Infinity Train? You can make like 3 or 4 videos based off of that show. No, I haven't seen it. Listen, you can vote for whatever video for whatever reason you want. Y'all got 5 minutes to make it stick. Are you really gonna let Starfire down? Look at these eyes. Look at this precious face. You really gonna let that down? Every other vote is in the 90s. Starfire versus Raven fixing to be 300 votes. Oh, wow. Starfire is falling behind. Okay, this vote is so energetic. King of the Hill can't win this year. Come on. I knew the Teen Titans one was going to get competitive. That was one of the big stars of the channel. Everyone was excited for the Teen Titans videos. Beat the Simps. No, the Simps are lacking. Y'all gonna make the Temeranian cry. They are a warrior race. They will get over it. Some things are more important than Starfire's feelings. Adam March, we are voting for what the best Teen Titans video on the channel was this year. Beast Boy has been eliminated, so it's between Cyborg, Starfire, and Raven. So far, Raven has taken a big lead with Starfire and Cyborg neck and neck for second place. If it is whoever gets the least amount of votes gets eliminated for the next round. I mean, going by the show, Starfire is pretty used to being let down. How Raven is so high? Because the Cyborg voters chose their battle. Wait, that didn't make any sense. It's so close. It is so close. Cyborg has the lead, but it is close. Emphasizing it's the episode, not the character. Yes, you're voting for the best video on the channel. Of course, if your reasoning is because that video was about your favorite character, I can't stop you from doing that. 9 minutes. It's close. Can you seal it? When it hits 10, I'm ending the poll. People go into their alternative accounts. Almost. Oh, it's still neck and neck. Yes, about my favorite character. What videos? The videos that I made on my channel earlier this year. Starfire is currently in the lead. I'm waiting for it to turn 10, then I hit end poll. I got the Sonic 10 minutes. I got the Sonic reference. Oh, Starfire! Starfire pulled it off! She pulled it off! Oh, man. Cyborg third place. It was a good fight. It was a good fight, Cyborg. It was a good fight. Cyborg fans, you put up a really good fight. You were so close, but one Starfire fan had that one alternative account that came in with the clutch. All right, Cyborg fans, now you got to pick your battle. Which of the waifus you going for? And they're off. Raven taking an immediate lead, but Starfire is not giving up without a fight. Forget what I said earlier. Go, Starfire, go. Sorry, Star, I like you more, but gotta stick with my loner weirder episode here. It's still pretty close, but Raven has taken a lead. Starfire is struggling to catch up. Oh, Starfire is taking a lead. Will she maintain it? This is nothing personal, Cyborg. If you were a girl, I would have voted for you. But he's black. How could you guys not vote for the black person? Got a bunch of raucous in the chat. Raven is taking her lead back, but Starfire is not giving up without a fight. I'd be surprised if Starfire would win over Raven. Hey, it's about the quality of the video, not the quality of the waifu. I think there are better Raven episodes, but Starfire has a better message. I like Raven more as a character, but I enjoyed the Starfire episode more. You see, people are voting based off of the episode, not off of their hormones. If Cyborg doesn't make it, neither does Star. Oh, I wasn't ready for that one. Somebody really said petty anti-vote. I'm not voting for I'm not voting for Raven. I'm voting against Starfire. Shouldn't it be based off of the review rather than the episode itself? Yes, it should. But who are we to enforce that rule? Raven is the new black. Hey, Raven is dark. She's not black. It's a difference. Yeah, I thought it was about the review. Exactly. It's about the review. Troc episode was basically about Cyborg too. He is part robot. Raven has a steady lead. Is it Raven more powerful than Starfire? Yes. Well, Raven's the most powerful person on the team. But we're not voting based off of powerful. We're voting based off of which review was better. It's the best Shady Doorags video. And the winner gets to move on to the final round. 72 alternative. I love the memes. You fool. I have 72 alternative accounts. So when I was saying earlier, like, if y'all make it 50-50 between the two I'm thinking of, these were the two. I absolutely love both of these videos. And if y'all make it so I have to decide, it's actually going to be pretty tough. Hold up, I'm gonna hop on my alternate accounts real quick. Raven is one of the strongest DC characters in the DC universe. If the authors wants to let her, I believe so. Yeah. Raven is extremely powerful, but she's constantly like keeping herself in check, so she almost never goes all out. Shady stab with Cyborg, beat the Star Sips. Listen, unlike y'all people, I'm actually talking about the quality of the episode. And I think these two videos have the highest quality of them. So I don't know if I would put Cyborg above Beast Boy. They have similar qualities to them. I think I may have laughed more while watching the Cyborg one. So that could be a factor. Jokes for me and my own videos are very important. Girl who says hi versus girl who says bruh. That's actually a good description of them. It's a really good description. Favorite episode of OG Teen Titans Shady? I believe I said that. It's the quest. Oh no. That's a lie. No. That's the episode that influenced me the most. My favorite episode is I can't remember what it's called, but it's the one where Robin takes Kitty, I think that's her name, Kitty, to the prom dance, and Starfire's jealous. Absolutely love that episode. Have you watched Patrice O'Neal? He's a comic who died in 2011, but he's hilarious. No. I'm not very savvy on the comedian scene. I watched because when I was studying comedy, I was mainly studying like safe for work comedy. So I watched a lot of Bill Cosby and a lot of Sinbad. It wasn't until later that I started looking at things like Chris Rock. I should have watched Robin Williams because he's known to be pretty safe. Happy New Year, Shady. Hope you're having a good one. I am very much having a good one. This has been very enjoyable for me. Oh my goodness, the polls are so close. Y'all keep making this neck and neck. Robin and the Discord Kitten. Who wins in the end? Bear midriff or bare legs? Bill Cosby? Oh no, I take it this was a long time ago. I mean, yes, it was a long time ago, but regardless of what Bill Cosby did, you can't deny the quality of his stand-up. If you're studying comedy, Bill Cosby's work is still a good place to start. So you guys really want this 50-50? Y'all really want me to make this difficult choice just because I had to make y'all make this difficult choice? If I have to make the choice, I'm genuinely not sure. I'm genuinely not sure if I have to make the choice. Because I made a lot of both videos have a lot of really good jokes. The Starfire video had the you know what you did episode joke, and it had the nope stop talking joke. I really loved those jokes. The Raven episode had the had a bunch of Dungeons and Dragons jokes. I really love those. And the oh no, he's hot. I was so proud of that joke. I'm honestly not sure. But there can be only one in the end. I'm gonna have to choose. If y'all make me choose. If we can not keep it even, though, I won't have to. 1 minute left. Shady's right. We shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves. He's the one that caused this war. No, don't listen to him. Don't or her. Don't listen to that person. Raven's got a 2% lead or 4%. Excuse me. Can she pull it off? Finger goes down in 10 minutes. Can she pull it off? Do you know when your next live is happening, Shady? No, my live streams are generally spontaneous. I almost never have a plan. Usually it's like, I'm like, oh, I didn't get a video done, so I'm not, so I'm going to live stream. That's it. Poll's over. Raven wins. Raven wins. That was a tough one. That was a tough one. Raven is the best Teen Titans video of 2023 on my channel. Whew. That happened, man. All right, Raven, where's your layer? There it is. You get to move on to the winners table. All right, next one. Oddball reviews. Oh, look at that, an Atla video. So these were reviews, but they weren't reviews in the typical Shady Doorags format. So I only made one art video this year. The Storm. I don't even remember what Ladybug episode, the Ladybug Christmas episode. That's just what we're going to call it. Oh, Chris Master. That's what that was. Chris Master. Man, that was made this year? Jeez. And then This World Can't Tear. Is it This World Can't Tear Me Down? I think that's what it was. This World Can't Tear Me Down. All right, there you go. So yeah, these were Shady Doorags reviews, but they weren't in the usual Shady Doorags style. So, not surprising. Chris Master has I spelled Chris Master wrong. Chris Master has 0 points. Because the miraculous videos, they're just not popular. That's why they had to go. But it's okay. They'll make a return on the second channel. What is this? Is this a notification that's gonna scare me? Move. This thing's in the way. Perturabo. That name sounds familiar. Oh. Glad to make you laugh and Happy New Year, Shady. I know do I know this person, Perturabo? Because that's a personal joke for me, that name Perturabo. Glad to make you laugh and Happy New Year, Shady. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm focusing on your name because that Perturabo is a personal name for me. So I'm like, is this one of my friends messaging me? Is Miraculous any good? From what I hear, it's pretty mixed. So where I'm currently at is season 3. I think it has 5 seasons currently, maybe 6. I never thought it was good. I thought it was getting better, but in season 3, it was going downhill, and I've been told by a lot of people that it just keeps going downhill. Like all the things that I constantly complain about during season 3, a lot of people say they keep going in that direction, and it just keeps getting worse. The dude is referencing Warhammer 40K. Okay, so that's probably why. Because somebody else I know names characters Perturabo, so I was like, oh, is that person messaging me, or is that some like famous name that I don't know of? I probably need to play Warhammer 40K because people keep making references about it and I don't know what they're talking about. Atlas is one of the best series I've ever seen. And yeah, I agree. Although, was this one of the best reviews you've ever seen? Oh, somebody voted for Chris Master. What about the movie? I haven't seen the movie because I'm not caught up. I was supposed to be reviewing the episodes one by one, and I stopped mid-season 3. My niece has seen the movie, but I have not. The animation on the movie looks nice. That was the one big thing about Miraculous, was that the animation was fantastic. But in my review, I was like, yeah, the animation has some big mistakes that I don't know how they got past post. Like, there's legit a scene in one episode where the characters just freeze for like 5 to 7 seconds. Like, there's no movement whatsoever. The reason why 40K is called The Hobby, hold on, can't see. Move. The reason why 40K is called The Hobby is because there's no centralized way of participating. Either you play tabletop, read books, or play some games. Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that. I play D&D, so... I mean, maybe that'll be true for D&D now that we have Baldur's Gate. Movies is the retelling of first... Wow, spoilers. Those are spoilers, people. I didn't need to know that. Soon, hopefully, Henry Cavill show. To be honest, Warhammer is one of those things that has peak cultural osmosis. You can do the reference even without playing or reading. Love me some D&D. So, by the way, my stomach is making weird noises. So if you hear growling, that's what that is. I'm not really hungry. It's just making weird noises. Well, I am kind of hungry, but that's not why it's making weird noises. We don't need the Sims. Atla is winning already. I mean, who would be simping? What was the art vid called? The art vid? I think it was just called Art the Storm. Because I don't give those like creative names. A lot of people don't watch the Atla vids in order, so a lot of people don't know what art stands for. Probably should have just called it Atla. A lot of people are like, you. When I first started doing art vids, a lot of people were like, you spelled Atla wrong, and I'm like, no, it's a joke. Katara Sims, of course. Oh, on Twitter, people were like, "Hey, what's a character that the hatred is forced?" And people were like, "Katara." Like I think like 2 people said like Katara, but one of them went viral, and everybody was replying to that person saying, "No one out there hates Katara. No Avatar fans hate Katara." And I'm just sitting here with the monkey meme, like. Because everybody on my channel who's seen my Atla vids knows I'm not a Katara fan. And Shady, have a great 2024. Thank you. You're welcome, Shady. Oh, did you know I was going to say thank you? When he said art, I thought he was calling the episode art, which it is. Well, that's part of the joke. Because I do see Atla as art, but I called it something that spelled art with 2 A's because I was trying to be creative, but I wasn't actually creative. That's the joke. On Twitter, they said people just hate Katara because they are all misogynist. I'm serious. Yeah, I've seen that comment because that's the one that went viral. Which people say people say that stuff all the time. which apparently I am now starting to pop off on Twitter, which I'm very happy about, because if I keep doing that, then Twitter becomes a source of revenue. But like the last couple of months, a lot of my tweets have gone pretty viral. So that's cool. I thought it was because Aang's name has two A. Yes, so in the original video, I called it the Awesome Avatar Retrospective Thingy. And the joke was I wanted to call it Art, but with two A's because Aang has two A's. And the joke being that it's a stupid name. that was the joke originally. But I did that like years ago, so. Are you serious? That word doesn't really mean anything anymore, sadly. Well, yeah, a lot of buzzwords that they still use don't really mean anything anymore. Oh man, somebody on Twitter, somebody was there was a whole huge debacle going on Twitter, and I got caught up in the mix. And long story short, somebody asked me to say a sentence with, you know what? I'm not going to tell the story because you had to be there, or it's not funny. Go follow me on Twitter if you want to know the end of that story. I didn't know you could make money off of Twitter. It just started this year when Elon took over. He made it so that if you qualify, you can make money off of Twitter, but you have to have over 5 million. What's it called? I want to call it impressions. I don't think it's impressions. I forget what the official term is called, but it's like 5 million interactions a month. And there's a couple other conditions. You also have to sign up for what used to be called Twitter Blue. I don't think it's called Twitter Blue anymore. But you have to be signed up for that, and then you have to follow somebody. Or the first two things are easy to do. You just sign up for it, and then you follow somebody. But it's the 5 million, the 5 million interactions or whatever. That's a difficult one. Because my Twitter page gets more interactions than the average person, but I'm only sitting at like 500K impressions, interactions, whatever they're called. Poll's done. So Chris Master lost. Big shocker there. And we're moving on to the final round. Glad that the interruption stopped. Best alternative review. The storm and this world can't tear me down. There you go. Interesting, but the downside is you have to be on Twitter. Yes. Well, Twitter has gotten better since the Musk thing, but it's still like very annoying to be on. Like the discourses I've had with people on Twitter the past couple of weeks have been so annoying. I've said this before specifically on Twitter, and I'll say it again. Logic 101 and philosophy 101 should be taught in school, because people want to participate in arguments, but they don't know the rules. Like, they don't know the rules to basic logic. And so they'll forget parts of their argument, or they'll address things that aren't being addressed, or they won't realize the what's the word I'm looking for? The context of the original argument, and it's so absolute bonkers. Do you have Amino and/or Discord? I have Discord. I have a Discord server. The 5 million impressions isn't really that big of a pay, to be honest. It's like $80-ish. I mean, you get paid based off of your interactions, though. So there's no ceiling. That's just the minimum. I disagree. They know, they just do not care because it makes it harder to win. I mean, obviously some of them, but I never attribute malice to what I can stupidity. So I always assume the latter rather than the former. To make no mention of people are more than content to abandon their ideals for the sake of being correct or willfully moving the goalpost. Yeah. I'm not sure about that first sentence, but the second one, yeah. Literally argument skits from Monty Python. That's what it feels like. That is genuinely what it feels like. It's like, do you not see the huge leap in logic you just took? That whole scene where they're talking about the witch, and he's like, "Oh, this guy's a really smart person." Can I join the Discord? If you want to join the Discord, here you go. It's open. I pop in there sometimes, not a lot, but I pop in there sometimes. The main thing I do in there is I answer questions. A lot of people like to ask a bunch of questions, and I don't live stream that much, so it's a good place. Like if you just have a seething question that you really want to ask me. It's also where I check requests. If you want to post video requests. I like both, but wish you liked more. I like both. I don't hate either. Oh my goodness. That stupid meme. I hate that meme so much. That meme of that dude saying, "Hey, if you could only have one, which would you choose?" And then the other guy says, "I reject your premise." And everybody treats the guy like he's a Chad for rejecting a premise. I'm like, oh my goodness. And the guy's like, you can't choose both. Why not? And he doesn't say, because this is a thought experiment where you have to accept the premise. He doesn't say that. He's just like, you just can't. I'm like, what is wrong with you two? That made me so annoyed. It's like, do you guys not understand the concept of a premise? You accept the original part that is said to be true, and then you deduct based off of that original part. Why is that so hard to comprehend? But people just say I'm a molding person. Like, to me, there's nothing Chad about saying, I refuse to accept your premise. That's just saying you refuse to think critically. The amount of people who don't understand analogies in college is staggering. I don't know about in college. I just say people in general. That was just the appropriate response for keeping A or B unrelated with the specific intention of a gotcha. A bad response and a bad counter argument in that convo. More people should do debating in high school. I mean, like I said, it just takes Logic 101. Well, it takes Logic 101, Philosophy 101, and literature, or not literature. I forget what the Writing 101 class is called. But Writing 101 is demanded in high school and college. Like pretty much every major requires you to take Writing 101. So, but Logic 101 and Philosophy 101, although that's not to say people pay attention when they're in their writing classes. That's what somebody told me. They said even if schools had those classes, Shady, people wouldn't pay attention. And keeping in mind fallacies, yes, that's why I say Logic 101, because that's where a lot of those fallacies come from. Logic is just pure factual statements, proving and disproving them. Philosophy is understanding conversations, moral conversations. That's a very bad description of it. And writing is using both of those skills. Writing is forming an argument, basically. The thing is, though, I'm horrible at debating. Like, you guys are talking about debating. I'm horrible at debating. I'm good at forming an argument, but that's because I've had time to sit and think about it. I'm not good at all at live debating, which is something I want to get better at. That was my problem in the EFAP stream, that I couldn't form my words properly. And this is something you'll notice I do here now. I'm constantly trying to recall words and I can't think of them. Not sure why that is. Another problem is that those people spend far too much time online, that they start to think that Twitter X is the real world. Or they start to think it represents the real world. Debate changing the Doorag. I used to have a collection of Doorags because I started the Shady Doorags channel when I was in college, where when I wore shades and Doorags all the time. So I just had a bunch of them lying around. But now I don't. Also, is my Doorag dirty? Why do you keep saying change the Doorag? It's making me self-conscious because I just washed it. Like this thing came fresh out the dryer. I can imagine people said change the shades because these have been the same shades since forever. Like this Doorag has changed. I wouldn't say I changed it. Like there was a different Doorag like maybe 4 years ago and it tore. And this has been my official Shady Doorags Doorag, but these shades have been here for a lot longer. Live debating is just preparing beforehand to point. You can parrot every point in your favor, or at least that's what I see from professionals. The issue I have with debating, like I think debating should happen, but the issue I have with it is that people prioritize the wrong thing while it's going on. People prioritize being calm during a debate instead of listening to the actual arguments. So when you see two people debating and one person loses their cool, that person has lost the debate in the minds of many people because they lost their cool. And I'm like, that's pretty dumb. That's why a lot of people point to Vosh as a good debater, even though if you listen to his arguments, like a lot of times they don't make any sense because he always keeps his calm. Even if you catch him in a catch-22, he's always completely calm about it. Shady Doorag's evil twin bright ball cap. I mean, I feel like my evil bright ball. Yeah, I guess that could be. I guess that could be it. Well, no, the shady part of Shady Doorags is not darkness. This is the shady parts of Shady Doorags. It would probably be like Goggles ball cap or something. I remember I think I've told this joke on stream before, but I was looking at something Sailor Moon related and I saw Tuxedo Mask and it hit me. It's like the guy's name is just what he's wearing. And I was about to tweet it out like, Tuxedo Mask's name is so lazy. It's just what he's wearing. And then I remembered I called myself Shady Doorags because that's what I like to wear. I was like, oh, yeah, hypocrisy is real, real there. Hey, Shady, me again. You should play Ghost of Tsushima on second channel. What I kind of want to do is get into... Oh, poll's done. What I kind of want to do is get into shorter videos. All right, so the storm has made it. Can't say I would have seen that coming. I mean, I feel like This World Can't Tear Me Down was a pretty good video, but a lot of people did get upset at me because I misused the term liberal in that video. Because I called Zero a liberal when he's an anarchist. So yeah, but you get to go to the winner's circle, if I could find it. And of course, people just love Atlas, so that's probably the one they saw. All right, next one. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, ba-da-da, ma, 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 ma. Boom, 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 There you go. So when I was making this list, I was shocked that I only made 2 Justice League videos. I genuinely couldn't believe that. Because I was like, wait a second. The plan was to really dive deep into the Justice League stuff. Like, that was the plan for this year. And I had only made 2. I was like, it is possible that Justice League could become the next main series, like after King of the Hill. These 2 videos did really well. I mean, the Flash video is the best video on the channel, the highest performing video on the channel. and I only did 2. I could not believe that. And these 2 were done back to back. So that means there was a long period of time where I just did not do Justice League content. And I am utterly shocked at that. Oh, man. And again, I did have another one planned. I was going to told the story earlier. I was going to review For the Man Who Has Everything. And then I switched to a review of kids stuff. And then that switched to a review of Batman Brave and the Bold. All right, so starting off, not shockingly, The Flash has the lead. Speaking of King of the Hill, how do you feel about Cotton Hill memes of a true racist knows? I've never seen that meme. This one is hard, not fair. Shady, how dare you? So some people were complaining, like, Shady, you don't do enough Justice League videos, and they do it kind of jokingly. And I'm like, what are they talking about? I do plenty of Justice League videos because in my mind, I'm thinking superhero videos. So I was genuinely shocked when I saw I only did 2 of these. I was like, oh my goodness, they are right. I don't do enough Justice League videos. I heard some people comparing Miraculous to Ko Lyoko. Is there any weight to that? Not really. I mean, they both have good 3D animation, but not really. You're a credit to your people, Shady. Oh, thank you. Speaking of Atla, any thoughts on Dragon Prince? I was supposed to review Season 1, 2, and 3 of Dragon Prince. I only reviewed Season 1 and 2. Season 3 annoyed me a lot because that show had so much potential and it tripped over itself in so many different places, and I was so annoyed with it. I still can't get over that one of the villains in Legends is just some tool with a sports aesthetic. Every other villain has powers, but they just let that guy in the team for some reason. Well, that was the thing back in those days. Like, if you had a gimmick, you could be a hero. I mean, the Riddler is a villain with no powers. He's just really smart. And he's considered one of Batman's most deadly foes. Post-time skip, Dragon Prince, very weak. I wasn't a fan that they even did a time skip. I was actually very annoyed when I heard that's where the show was heading. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm kind of done with this. I feel like the show should have been about their journey to deliver Zim in that show. I don't feel like they should have ended that on the first 3 seasons. At least we had awesome one-liners, classic. Yes, I love me some one-liners. Scarecrow usually only has gas. Yeah, there's that too. Oh, you're mad about TDP season 3. I feel bad for you when you watch 4. I'm probably not gonna watch 4 and 5. Like there were some parts of season 3 that were good, but it had a lot of potential. It's just that it trips over itself in too many different places. Batman villains know they can't beat him physically, so the way to do it is to hurt him mentally. I mean, Bane would beg to differ, but sure. Killer Croc as well. How long was the time skip? I don't know. I didn't really watch. Joker doesn't have any powers, and he's one of the greatest villains of all time. Yep. At least the Riddler has super intelligence, though. Well, the Sportsman probably has, like, super athleticism. He knows every sport, apparently. That always kind of the fun thing about Batman villains. They tend to be human, and the best bits of Batman media really bring that out. Joker has the power to make me laugh at everything he does. Yeah, it's called gas. He has laughing gas. About a year, maybe 2. That's the time skip. Bizarro World, yay or nay? I've never really been exposed to except for one comic, and they didn't spend that much time there. It was after Superman All-Star. After Superman blew up, he landed on Bizarro World. Just found you today, absolutely in love with your content. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. The Killing Joke shifted Batman media in a way that doesn't live up to that anymore, especially now that the Joker is just a murdering psycho. The Arkham series managed to ride that line well, though. Well, the Joker wasn't just a murdering psycho. They shifted him from being like a mafia villain to someone who enthralls in chaos. Like, he loves the madness and the chaos of the world. Originally, though, original Joker, though, is very different from what we currently know as Joker. Which Joker was your favorite? I want to say Batman the Animated Series, but really it's the one from Batman Beyond. Jeez, why could I not think of that? Batman Beyond Joker is just slightly different from Batman the Animated Series, even though they're the same. Mainly because of the last season of Batman the Animated Series. They slightly changed up the Joker. So original Joker is more like the Jack Nicholson Joker. Yeah, that's why Jack Nicholson plays him that way. Because that's how Joker used to be. He used to be a gangster. He used to be a gangster who was slightly crazy and had a sense of humor. Jack Nicholson is the best live action Joker. Well, he plays his part. I think other than what's his face from Suicide Squad, every Joker plays their version very well. And they're so different from each other that I can't really say one is the best. I prefer the Heath Ledger Joker because he's similar to the Joker I know who loves chaos. But what's his face from the actual Joker movie does a really good job, and Jack Nicholson does a really good job. The only one who I've never seen Suicide Squad, so I don't know if what's his face actually plays a bad Joker, but he has a reputation for playing a bad Joker, so I just believe everything I hear. I will die on the hill that Heath Ledger Joker was the worst. I mean, even worse than what's his face from Suicide Squad? You'd rather Leto, okay. Again, I haven't seen Suicide Squad, so I don't really know much about. I haven't actually seen Jared Leto's performance for myself. I just take people's word for it. Jared Leto did his best with what he was given, although he was basically insane. Did you know that Spider-Man was originally called the Quickie Sticky Man, but Stan Lee was informed that as an adult movie not suitable for children, so he went with the 10th name Spider-Man. Poll's done. And not surprising at all, The Flash is the victor. The biggest performing video on the channel is the victor. Okay. So, move you to the winner's circle. All right. Next one, we have one-offs. These are one-off reviews. I only reviewed one episode of them this year. And go. And we'll see how that goes. To be fair to Leto, I think he was screwed from the start since most people saw that costume design just noped out. My favorite Joker was the one from the Batman, you know, the one that doesn't have shoes and voiced by a black guy whose name I can't remember. That's a... Michael, I'm forgetting the first name. Kevin Michael Richardson. Jeez. That's the same guy who voiced the Bear and the Snake in the Robin review. He voiced Joker from the Batman. Which is also Virgil's dad. Virgil's dad is also Kevin Michael Richardson. He has range. Like, he actually sounds like... Mark Hamill. Almost, he can sound like Mark Hamill. When he played that snake, a lot of people thought it was Mark Hamill. And I was like, and I did too when I first looked up the episode. I was like, well, hold on, let me look up the voice to make sure I recognize it. And it was still him. I was very shocked. Almost all Suicide Squad Joker was cut. He only has like 3 or 5 minutes of most. Most of his content was cut. He didn't get to do anything in Suicide Squad. So I have a feeling I know which one in this category is going to win. But that's why we do these votes. Where are we at on stream time? Oh, we're almost at hour 4. Okay, we're making decent time. We're going longer than I thought, but we're not. I don't think we're going to hit that 10-hour mark I was scared of. Shifting topics, I do like your general dislike of Dewey and DuckTales. He's annoying and gets away with too much. I mean, Dewey, I do genuinely think Dewey is the funniest triplet. I think he's very hilarious, but when you watch the show, the chase, the final crash of the Sun Chaser just really destroyed my view of him. Just absolutely. Because Huey makes such an important statement to him. Like, yes, we want our mom back, but we're not willing to give up the rest of our family. Our family is great. And Dewey ignores him. Dewey essentially said he's willing to give up the rest of his family to get his mom back. The people that he knew and loved, he was willing to give up so that he could meet this person he never met before. For all he knew, she abandoned him. Now, I love Della, but Dewey didn't know her. And it's disgusting to me that he was willing to sacrifice his family to do that. Do you have any plans to do more Futurama reviews? Not really. It goes into the pile of I feel like doing something different. The past Futurama videos did pretty well. This last one, this Christmas one, actually didn't do too well. But the latest season of Futurama isn't all that interesting. It's honestly, it's kind of hit and miss. I call it mid, honestly. It's too, a good chunk of the episodes are too meta. And I don't think they do enough with Fry and Leela, because at the end of the last season, last series, Fry and Leela were supposed to get married. And this time they just kind of ignore that. They're still together, but they don't get married. It's like, why? Why didn't you just let them get married? I had fun with some episodes, like the Amazon episode I liked, but again, a good chunk of the episodes are just way too meta. I also like the simulation episode. Some people without moms fantasize about having their mom around, and they give anything for it. I'm not dismissing Dewey's feelings. I'm dismissing how he acted on those feelings. Because he put his entire family in danger for a chance of knowing what happened to his mom. His mom could have been dead. Any idea what your next King of the Hill vid will be? I don't have a plan for that. In January, I'm not really focusing on my usual vids. I'm focusing on the second channel and doing some like some unusual type, not unusual, but not normal Shady Doorags vids, like the Atla vids. Would you ever do Legend of Korra reviews? I, for a long time, had a script for Legend of Korra. I don't know if I'm still going to go through with it, though. It was basically a script talking about how the I'm the Avatar and you got to deal with it scene is so awful. I'm not sure if I'm going to go with it because I'm not that passionate about it anymore. But it wasn't a very comedic script. It was all just like a serious tone to it. Just found your channel a week ago, and I definitely like it a lot. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll be here all year, hopefully. I guess you did deal with it. Well, I deal with it until somebody brings up that, oh, it didn't do anything to Atla. And then it reignites everything in me. And I'm like, that is one of the worst scenes because it does so much damage. Like, people will genuinely defend that scene when it is obviously a horrible scene in terms of Atla. Honestly, I've always had a problem with media's general insistence on family as king over everything else. Sometimes families are just bad. Well, usually when they say family is king, they're talking about love is king. People who love you like a family. DuckTales emphasizes that. When DuckTales talks about family, it's talking about the people who love you like a family. They highly emphasize that. Phineas and Ferb said that. There's a line in Phineas and Ferb about that too. When they're singing about family, they say, and friends are also family. We're not just talking blood relations. Shady, what are your thoughts on power scaling? I understand the need for power scaling when it comes to versus battles, but I get annoyed at how some people do it because they're like, because character A beat character B and character B beat character C, that means character A can beat character C. And I'm like, no, that's not how that works, because there are different factors that go into beating. Like, like for example, the three styles of, I think there are three styles of boxing. Like there are different things that go into fighting. You can't just say that. Like the transitive property doesn't work with beating. Now you can say because character A beat character B, you can compare these certain feats about those characters. Yes, in that regard, I understand power scaling. But I get really mad because one of the big things Death Battle did was they upscaled Anakin to all the greatest Jedi in Star Wars lore, even though he hasn't done any of their types of feats. And they're like, yeah, he's the chosen one, so he should be able to do the same thing. I'm like, oh, okay. They upscaled Anakin, and then they upscaled Obi-Wan because he was even to Anakin. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. To be fair, Korra is supposed to be the exact opposite of Aang in almost every way while still being the Avatar. Yes, and that is what people always say about that scene. That, oh, it establishes Korra's personality. She's the exact opposite of Aang. And it does that very well. And I'm like, yes, you are talking about what the scene gave. Now compare that to what the scene took away. You can still establish Korra's personality in a different way. You don't have to use that scene to do it. Remember, Katara is apparently the strongest bender among Zuko and Azula. Why did you remind me of that? I said, for those of you who weren't here earlier, I said that I was annoyed that Katara is proven that Katara is a better bender than Azula, who is a better bender than Zuko. I get very annoyed by that because Katara didn't know at the beginning of Avatar. Both Zuko is close to being a master, and Azula pretty much is a master as far as we know. And Katara had never done bending seriously before in her life. And then at the end, she's so good she could beat Azula. That is insane to me. To be fair, Death Battle has a very bad habit of being influenced by what'll get clicks, what their sponsors say, so Yang versus Tifa. See, people say that, but I don't see any evidence to that claim. Oh, it's 10 minutes in the poll. Okay, Futurama Christmas is Dunzo. Best one-off review round 2. Go. One of the biggest problems with Korra is how they did spirits. In Atlas, spirits were completely otherworldly and above human morals. In Korra, they are like a reflection of humanity, and it sucks. Yeah, they completely retconned spirits. Korra retconned a lot of stuff, and it was just like, oh, nobody will notice, and a lot of people noticed. Well, to be fair, some people didn't notice some stuff until it was brought to their attention. ER brings a lot of stuff to people's attention that they just didn't notice. Even like people who criticize Korra didn't necessarily notice. I never saw it as Korra being a better bender. I saw her as being more level-headed and clever than Azula. Korra, you must be Katara, who had completely lost her... No, okay, Katara doesn't only defeat Azula at the end of the show. Katara also defeats Azula when they're underground fighting one-on-one. So Katara beats Azula twice. And when she does beat Azula the second time, yeah, you can attribute the craziness. Recall that Azula is powered by the comet, and for some reason can't bend her way out, even though Zuko was powered by the sun and could bend his way out. Although, to be fair, like, she wasn't completely frozen in ice, was it? I think it was like some kind of, I was going to say solid water. That's ice. It's really weird how Katara defeats Azula, but canonically speaking, she has beaten Azula twice. Once when Azula was calm, and once when she was powered by a super comet. So I don't like it. I don't think it makes sense. I think they overpowered Katara's character, but it is what it is. Then Katara and Zuko beat her in the finale together. No, Zuko fought Azula by himself, and Azula cheated, and Zuko should have died, but didn't for some reason. And Azula had to fight Katara one-on-one. And Katara wasn't even really fighting Azula. She was just trying to get to Zuko. But to get to Zuko, she had to fight Azula, and she wound up winning. Shady channel memberships when? I need to do that. Thanks for reminding me. I need to do that. Because I don't really care about the membership thing, but people keep asking for it. And I'm like, okay, well, if people want it, then it's nothing but a positive to me. I need to set it up. And I started to set it up, but I just didn't finish it. So that should be coming soon if I could just get my lazy butt up and do it. But yes, channel membership should be coming. Because I know people do keep asking for it. Earthbending being the ones to bend lava still crazy for me. I can see it, but I still would like fire being the lava bender. It makes lava a bit power for both lightning and lava. Well, see, the thing about earthbending being lava, I've gone on this rant before, is that originally I would not have mind if lava bending was an earthbending technique. It makes sense. Lava is a form of earth. But the Avatar Extra said that lava bending was an avatar technique because it requires earth bending and fire bending. So I was like, oh, okay, so you have to know both of those to do it. And then Korra comes and says, oh, it's a special technique that you can learn. Now, to be fair to Korra, Bolin had an earthbending parent and a firebending parent. But it really should have been that Bolin and Mako worked together to bend the lava. That's what should have happened. Plague Doctor, thank you very much. Let me be a member so I can yeet more green paper at you, you handsome man. It will come. It's coming. I've been asked many times for membership stuff, and just got to do it. Just got to get off my lazy butt and do it. But thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it. But yeah, like lava bending being fire bending and lava bending, fire bending and earth bending. That was originally what it was, and they could have kept it, but they just felt like not doing it. And then why is lightning bending a fire bending technique? How is that closer to fire than lava? Because lightning is plasma, so is fire. Fire bending is just heat bending. That's really what it is. And fire is like the purest source of heat. They're really just heating things up. They're heating the air up until it combusts. And lightning bending is a special way of heating the earth up. Toden, thank you very much. Are you going to do more Daria vids like the music Okay, so yes, I'm going to do more Daria vids. Yes, absolutely. The music episode, though. Why do y'all want me to review that so badly? I keep getting requests for that, and I'm like, why? That episode was so zany. Like, I couldn't fathom that episode. Like, I was like, are y'all serious? Are y'all really doing this? And they're like, yeah, we're really doing this. Wouldn't that then also go for more general electricity bending? What's the secondary air bending technique? Lightning bending, metal bending, blood bending, breath bending, I guess. Lava needs, well, technically an earthbender would be able to blood bend as well, because we have earth minerals in our blood. Well, we have metal in our blood. I don't know if they could bend. Well, it's not pure metal, I don't think. Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a biologist. Lava needs both to move rock and heat. Lightning is just a particular way to heat particles. That's what I figured. Here's hoping Shady does the Dari episode right where it hurts. See, I was thinking about doing that. I've already talked about Right Where It Hurts. Right Where It Hurts is an episode I really love because of the ending, but I've already talked about the ending. Sand bending is a secondary for air or... No, sand bending is an earth bending technique. Cloud bending is both a air bending and water bending technique. So it took Aang and Katara combined efforts to cloud bend, like Mako and Bowling could have done with lava bending. Since we have iron in our blood, could metal benders also do blood bending? With the way metal bending used to work, no. But they switched it because the way metal bending used to work is you sense the earth impurities inside the metal and you bend those and the metal bends with it. So you wouldn't be able to do that with a person. But Korra was just like, oh, some earthbenders are born with this talent. And I'm like, no! That's not how it works. Because firebenders use the sun as a sort of charger for their... It's not necessarily a charger. It's more like a... it's... I want to say like an antenna. It's just the closer they are to a heat source, the more powerful they are. And that's why one of the techniques Iroh taught Zuko was the breath of fire, because the human body always has a heat source. It's inside yourself, because we're warm-blooded. So if a firebender remembers that, they can heat themselves up during times where there's no heat around. And it's something Zuko does a lot, or not a lot, but consistently throughout the series. When he's trapped in the North Pole and when he goes into the freezer locker, he does the breath of fire. Unless you consider the human body to be the impurity around the minerals. I don't know if the human body counts as earth. we would count more as water. Azula could just use her fire breath in that, like Zuko did in the end of season 1. Azula doesn't know the fire breath. That was a technique Iroh made, and he taught it to Zuko as an important way of always knowing you have a heat source. That's why Azula didn't expect Iroh to breathe fire when he drank the tea. Why do water and earthbenders need materials but fire and air don't? Well, airbenders do need material. Air is just everywhere. I don't know why fire... because we established that earth, water, air, and fire are considered the 4 elements. So with firebenders who are just combusting things, they don't actually need fire. They just need heat. Azula did scream fire after the last Agni Kai. Yeah, she did. I think she was desperate, though. Like, she doesn't actually know the technique to do it. And also, that was after she saw Iroh do it. So she would know that it existed. Fire needs air to burn. That too. Well, you can still spark a fire. It just wouldn't keep burning. Well, no. Not in a oxygen-less environment, no. All right, poll's done. And DuckTales is the loser. Boondocks and Brave and the Bold, you get to move up. Final one. Plague Doctor, thank you very much. All right, genuine question. If you could pick one character to be related to, who would you choose, Iroh or Kami from DBZ, and why? I'm not sure why I would want to be related to... The only benefit Kami might have is that I might have his genes. If I have Kami's genes, then I'm pretty much going to be immortal. Or at the very least live for a long time, because Kami is very old. But I think Iroh's a much better, like, parental figure to have. What am I doing? Oh, the poll. Start a poll. Best one-off Video, final round. Boondocks. That memory and the bolt. There you go. I choose Iroh because that man shows the most genuine love. Yeah, like Kami is more so just an old master. Iroh was a genuine family member. Unless he lets you attack Boss Sing Se. Somebody, I think it was one of my viewers, or it might have been in a D&D session, I'm not sure, was like, they had an avatar session, and one thing they had to do was they had to be the patrol that killed off Iroh's son. And I was like, oh man, that's messed up. Are there benders for radioactive elements? Well, it's not elements of the periodic table. It's what we consider to be the 4 elements. Which really that doesn't make any sense, with our understanding of science nowadays. But, it is what it is. A lot of people don't like that killing Iroh's son. Pit of Firebender gets Show from Fire Force. His command over heat allows him to stop time. That makes no sense. No, that would be the worst. Oof, oh man. The classical elements. It's time for your character arc, Iroh. But also, sadly, it would be something necessary because without Iroh's son's death, Iroh would have just been another warlord of the Fire Nation. Well, he would have been the Fire Lord. Without his death, he would have been the Fire Lord. He pretty much lost all passion for the Fire Nation specifically once his son died. Shady Doorags you can pick to bend one of these 2 things, nuclear waste or bog water. Which do you pick? Probably bog water. Any way to manipulate water. I'm a sucker for water manipulation. It's my favorite superpower. If the difficult choice for me would be if you said, Shady, you can either have all of Spider-Man's powers or all of Hydro-Man's powers. That would be the difficult one. Because water-bending powers is my favorite superpower, but I have coveted Spider-Man's powers for the longest time. Let me be a waterbender. I can bend the Hudson River and become a bioweapon. Shady, I want some advice. Well, I cannot guarantee you will get some, but I am answering questions, so if you want to ask questions. Oh, I love it as a campaign hook, but that's just evil. I mean, they put you up against firebenders and you go to fight them, and then you just don't see it coming. That's Iroh's son. In Final Fantasy, Show's control over heat allows him to slow the universe expansion, thus time slows down or even stops. Creative, really, even if... Does heat do that? Does heat slow the universe's expansion? Because that sounds like something gold would do. If I had superpowers, I would warp reality. Spider powers are becoming the Avatar. Spider-Man's powers with organic webs? I mean, I would want web shooters with unlimited web fluid. The ability to web swing is probably like the most consistent dream I've ever had, but it always feels freaking weird when the fluid comes out of my wrists. How bad am I going to be messed up? Hypothetically. I don't know. I'd say spider powers with organic webs. Technically, all code is lack of heat. Yes. Well, technically, until you hit Sub-Zero, you don't have lack of heat. In your opinion, what is the strongest element when used by a master? Psst, it's earthbending. The strongest element? I mean, careful with your wording there. When used by a master? because what's that girl's name? Kyoshi bit a whole island. So I don't know if she counts, because that's not just a master, that's an avatar. And avatars, they can unlock their chi paths, so they're stronger than earthbenders. Toph held up a library, though, that was really big, and she was a master. I don't know if Katara could hold up a glacier that size. But I also don't really know the full capabilities of... No, it can't be an airbender, because Aang has done powerful airbending, and he's never really done anything in the same feat as Toph. So... Firebenders are only as strong as earthbenders when Sozin's Comet is there, so I'm not counting them. So it would either be earthbenders or waterbenders, and I would have to say earthbenders just because there's dense, really dense earth out there. Like, water is the same element no matter what you do to it, unless you mix it up with something else, like you put some diamond particles in the water or something. But water is always H2O. Earth, there are different types of earth. Earthbender all day is the only one that's a sword and a shield. Well, ice can be a shield. It's just not as much as effective as earth. Like, they use water to block different things. I say water powers because Spider-Man mutated into a monster a few times, and I wouldn't want to risk it. True. Although, it is, I think there might have been a story where Hydro Man became unstable. I would prefer to be a waterbender because I always love water manipulation. Birthday, maybe another timeline where Shady wears a bowler hat. I mean, if I ever found one. Waterbenders also control ice. Yeah, but again, ice is like, if you have a lot of ice, sure, but you could have a lot of earth. Ice is still just H2O. Waterbenders can't control dry ice. Toph, best Atla character. I mean, I don't blame you if you choose Toph. My preference is Azula. But I don't blame Toph lovers. And the ice can be whatever shape you want, shield or sword. Okay, but you gotta understand, ice is a crystal. Crystals shatter very easily. Well, it's not. Okay. The ice molecules form a crystal. I don't know if it's technically correct to say ice itself is a crystal. Water at high speeds is a shield. It can knock enemies back. That's still considered a sword. You're using it offensively. Azula is pretty cracked. I have a sweet spot for Ty Lee, though. Yeah, a lot of people do. Light bender, so you can blind people. I mean, eyelids. I guess you still are blind, though, if you close your eyes. Maybe I'm biased because I live in Tornado Alley, but air is my pick. Aang showed how creative you could be with it, but if you want feats of power with air, you probably want one of Kyoshi's mentors. See, I don't really know how powerful air can really be. I mean, the biggest air feat I can think of with Aang is when he made that mini tornado and reverse Uno card Boomy's giant rock throw. Literally everything ice can do, earth can do, but better. Except become water. According to Vsauce, ice scientifically counts as a rock and water as lava. That doesn't make any sense to me. What are y'all people doing? Why is this poll 50-50? What are you intellectuals doing? How did that? I wasn't even paying attention. How did that happen? Oh, now I gotta pick. I honestly haven't seen the Boondocks video in a while. I wanted a tie. Sorry, because I really want you to make another Boondocks episode. Then why is it a tie? Time for that one vote to make the difference. Oh boy. Okay, so of these two videos, I feel like there was a joke in Batman Brave and the Bold that I really liked, but I can't remember. Oh, the ending joke. Yeah, I'm moving Batman Brave and the Bold up. You guys got to understand with the Boondocks, I made this video very quickly. I made it because I couldn't think of a good script for another video. And so I quickly made a Boondocks video because it was something people had been asking for. And I was like, well, I could do it really quickly. All right. So that's the final round for that one. Batman Brave and the Bold gets to go to the winner's circle. I didn't know I was going to have to put it there. I knew it was a contender, but I thought the Boondocks was gonna hands down win because a lot of people really liked the Boondocks video, and the Boondocks video did really well in terms of numbers. Batman Brave and the Bold didn't really do that well in terms of numbers. So where are you? This one, okay, winner's circle. All right. We got one more. So, do you guys know what it is? Do you guys know what's missing? What show we haven't talked about yet? What show you haven't voted for yet? It's this one. It's this one. I'm genuinely curious of what you guys are going to say with this one. Y'all better not do none of that tie nonsense. I don't remember the name of the... You know what? I'm just going to put this. Oh, Frozen Now. That's what it was called. But I'm still going to use these because they're memeier. Have at thee, lads. And they are off. Oh, I guess I should have called the the last one the homeless episode instead of the Christmas episode. I was wondering something about Beast Boy from the LG Teen Titans. He could have just turned into a poisonous and venomous animal to take down the villains. A lot of the villains have like tough hides. Like they fight a lot of robots, so he would need more impact. And what's that guy made of stone? I can't remember his name, but the guy made of stone, like he wouldn't be able to bite him. Shady, we need more representation in our superheroes. I mean, superheroes is probably one of the most diverse categories of fictional characters you will ever find. Thanks for making this year better, Shady, to many years to come. Thank you. Appreciate it. Or I guess I should be saying you're welcome. Cinder Block, is that his name? Cinderlock Cement Block. Either way, he wouldn't be able to be bit. Plasmus would be hard to bite. Beast Boy would probably make himself sick biting Plasmus. Plasmius. I feel like you had the strongest takes there, both about Richie's characterization and about how Virgil's actions made sense, but how the impact also made sense. Yeah, frozen out. Well, unfortunately, that one is... Well, I honestly, I don't have a horse in this race. All of these were pretty good videos. And I honestly don't know which one you guys are going to prefer in the end. Slade versus Static Shock in a normal narrative episode. Well, Slade is like Batman levels of prepared for people. So if Static Shock just dropped in on him, he might have a chance. But Static is also pretty cocky. That's the thing. Like, he's not mentally prepared to handle someone like Slade. I bet Slade has built-in immunity too. Like he was that level of prepared for nonsense. Yeah, he's Batman levels of prepared for things. Slade might be all right due to military experiments. Yeah, you're right. May the best video win. They all deserve recognition. Have you seen Arcane? An incredible show. Yes, I have videos on Arcane. I went gaga over Arcane when it came out. I'm still waiting for season 2, and I will wait patiently because I need that thing to be quality. Mahler made a very good point about Arcane. It's like, while everyone who likes Arcane might be willing to wait, like they do have to capitalize on the timing. So sometimes you do got to rush out a product, and I understand that. But all I can say is I'm willing to wait for Arcane. Arcane is like Arcane's not done, but if it maintains the quality it had in season 1, it is probably going to replace Avatar as the show I constantly say is the best show of all time. What, you did Arcane videos? I did 2 Arcane videos. I did one typical Shady Doorags video about Heimerdinger, and I did another non-typical video about a scene dissection. Because I wanted to showcase that like every scene in Arcane has so much genius symbolism to it and storytelling going on that people just miss. So I chose my favorite scene, which is the scene where Vi and I'm blanking on names today. Vi and her dad, basically her father figure, are on the bridge, and he's telling her like everyone loses in war, Vi. That's one of my favorite scenes. I don't know if it's my all-time favorite scene, but it's the scene that got me like hooked into Arcane. I think my all-time favorite scene is the very end when they're at the table. when Jinx is deciding whether or not she wants to be Jinx or Powder. There's a dude I watch who did like over a dozen videos on Arcane. He does good work. Yeah, I mean there was when Arcane came out, there's a pretty hefty petty to be made for reviewing it. My Arcane video did very well. I wanted to make more, but I didn't have the passion to make more because it seemed like everybody was getting it. Everybody understood that Arcane was really, really good. And I did that collab, not collab. I appeared on that podcast with Yarp, and they didn't really like it. But I couldn't really see like most of their criticisms. Which Arcane is not perfect, but I don't believe in perfect shows anyway. I don't believe in perfect works of art. I believe in perfect elements of art, but I don't necessarily. I don't think I've ever seen a perfect work of art. Are you planning to do any Transformers show movies? Not in the near future. It's a possibility. In DC Superhero Girls 2019, too girly for you or no? No, absolutely not. I love DC Superhero Girls. For me, it's fascinating and has good moments, but it has its low and misandrous points, definitely. I need to watch more of it. I've only seen a couple of episodes, but what I saw, I absolutely loved. Like, it's half parody, half taking superheroes seriously, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't have a problem with things making fun of stuff that I like. I have problems with things disrespecting stuff that I like. Okay, now I think you guys are just doing ties on purpose. Yeah, we want to see what Shady thinks about the videos. What's his favorite Static Shock video? I look forward to seeing how they expand on Runeterra. Arcane is working great because it's working in part of the world that's old. Thankfully, they've made Arcane canon. I'm hoping that we are done with Jinx and Vi as main character. I'm hoping we're done with the Piltover Zon crew as main characters, and I hope we move on to Demacia because I really want to see Lux. Absolutely. I mean, Garen would be fun too, and as well as Poppy. But Lux is one of my favorite characters. They've shown 2 of my 3 favorite characters. They've shown Jinx and Kate. I just want to see Lux now. Well, that's not the only person I want to see. I will go gaga if they also show Talia. But I mainly want to see Lux. I think she'll be a fun character. Are you planning on doing Star Wars show movies like the Clone Wars TV series? I don't have any plans for it. I need to finish the Clone Wars. Would you ever do an analysis video on animated Marvel shows such as the 90s Spider-Man cartoon or Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes? Well, Earth's Mightiest Heroes isn't a 90s cartoon. Such as I put the 90s in the wrong space in that sentence. Yes, I'm planning on doing them. I just have to find good episodes to do episodes on. But yes, I do plan on doing them. Specifically, Earth's Mightiest Heroes is a show I'm pretty certain I'm going to talk about. Shady, have you ever played League of Legends? Yes, it's one of the few video games I still actually play. The games I actually play now are League of Legends, Skyrim, and Fallout. 3, New Vegas, and 4. But I don't consider myself a gamer anymore. And I say this like every stream because everybody asks, do I play video games? I'm trying to get back into gaming, which is what the second channel is for. With the second channel, I should be able to get back into... I really want to play like indie games because I've seen some really cool videos of people catching their experiences of indie games, and I want that. I want videos of my first time playing an exciting moment in a video game. Do you have a main in League of Legends? I don't play Summoner's Rift because I got stressed out playing ranked. So I don't play Summoner's Rift unless like or something is going on, some kind of event is going on. All right, poll is done. Best Static Shock video. The Christmas one has lost. The Christmas video has lost. All right. That leaves this one, these two. There you go. Wanted that Christmas one and went, oh, I'm sorry. Which is your favorite Fallout out of the three you are playing? New Vegas. I think I play Fallout 4 more because Fallout, like the shooting part of Fallout to me is just really fun. But I think New Vegas as an overall game is just better. Because what you want out of an RPG is you want to feel that your choices matter. And in New Vegas takes that concept like pretty much as far as it can. So, Shady Doorags, what about Demacia would you like them to explore? I want them to... The main thing I want to see is just the characters. But if we're getting into like the complex topics that Arcane focused on before, it would probably be good for them to showcase that Demacia is the good guys, but then slowly show how they're not the good guys. And we would need a character who is a bit more innocent. So Lux could work, but see, somebody like Poppy is difficult for me to see because she's considered a Demacian character, but it's difficult for me to see her getting in the prejudice of Demacia, like Garen or Jarvan, because they seem like very prejudiced characters. I think you did the analysis better with Starfire, so I picked Jimmy because it gave a new good perspective. Well, at least you're picking, which episode you like better. As far as these thumbnails go, I think Jimmy has the better thumbnail. Oh, you mean like the hatred towards mages and magic that Silas deals with? Yeah. I don't know the full story behind Silas though. I know it's supposed to be Lux. Lux befriended him and then he betrayed her. That's all I pretty much know about it. What's your least favorite cartoon so far? My least favorite? Probably Velma. Just because of how insulting it was. I know that's an easy answer, but I generally don't watch things I don't like. So if I don't like something, I'll watch an episode or two and then I'll stop. But as a reviewer, I'm trying to get past that notion, which is why I forced myself to watch all of Velma. So Velma is like one of the worst, is probably the worst cartoon I've watched all the way through. Probably the worst show I've watched all the way through. Sona. Is Sona a Demacian character? I always think of Sona as Ionian, but she's probably Demacian. I mean, Shurima would also be a good pick, just because, Tally's Shurima, right? I think Tally's Shurima. But Shurima has a lot of lore to it, so. Do you dive into anime? I would like to get back into anime, but no. I have long since not touched anime. Do you like Teletubbies? Teletubbies was my favorite kids show until I started going to school. Then it changed up. Short version, Silas was a magic mage who could see magic. He killed someone by accident by absorbing her magic, and then he was locked away at 12, and now he's like 30. Huh. I agree. I hate Velma 2 right after watching the second episode. I mean, yeah, that's all it takes. Well, really all it takes is the first episode because the show is so mean-spirited to everyone watching it. My pillow is falling off, excuse me, my cushion from my chair. Yeah, Tally is Shurima. Okay, then yeah, I could do Shurima. But that's purely, like, I don't know the full lore of Shurima, but I know there's a lot of lore. Because Shurima, you could bring in a Mumu, you could bring Sivir, you could bring Azir. Like, there's a lot you could do with Shurima. You could even have Ezreal, even though he's not a Shurima character. You could bring him in, though. I love the original narrative is that Velma was written by secret a right-wing person who wanted to make left-wing people look bad. The show was so bad no one wanted to claim it. It was funny. Well, it was written by people who don't know how to do TV shows, but claim they did. Clifford the Big Red Dog, an unbeatable classic. I watched Clifford. It wasn't really like my thing. So my favorite kid shows growing up, first it was Teletubbies, then it became Dragon Tales. And Dragon Tales stayed there for a while. Blue's Clues was in the mix as well, but I didn't realize it at the time. I watched Blue's Clues all the time, but I didn't realize how much I watched it at the time. As I got older, I still continued to watch those shows, even though I was too old for them. Wiggles eventually took the number one spot. I want to say I Spy was at the top for a little bit because I loved watching I Spy. And then Bubble Guppies. And then right now, I still love Bubble Guppies right now, but Starbeam might be my favorite little kid show right now. I know a lot of people's favorites is Bluey. Blanket Man 64, thank you very much. I just joined and I hear talk. And I hear talk about LOL. I'm not sure what that refers to. Dragon Tales was the GOAT. Dragon Tales was awesome. I love Dragon Tales. Dragon Tales, yeah. Oh, I guess no. I was gonna say technically My Little Pony, but no, I didn't. I never really claimed My Little Pony as a show I liked. I just engaged with it because I liked watching Brony content. Also, I wouldn't say that's like for little kids. That's more just like for like kids. There was a video I saw that compared World Girl to Invincible fight scene. I've heard that comparison before. It's really, the Work Girl comparison is really weird. Though I've never seen it, so they might be right. Are you planning to do any episodes on Sheldon Showdown? Sheldon? You mean, I've never heard of Sheldon Showdown. It sounds like you're trying to say Xiaolin Showdown. Well, I'm the one saying it, so I guess it sounds like I'm trying to say Xiaolin Showdown. Did you like Adventure Times? I haven't finished it. I started it and I got through like half of season 1. I only really like the first couple of seasons. I'm trying to wait for things to get serious in Adventure Time because that's when people say things get really good. Brony jokes aside, I hope you are having a good day. Blue's Clues was fun. World Girl and Odd Squad was the kids show I watched when I got too old for kids shows. Omni-Man and the villain say the same thing at the same time. It's perfect, Shady. Is it the one with Miss Power? I don't know. I've never seen World Girl. Oh, League of Legends, and I said LOL. Okay, yeah, and I hear talk LOL. I hear talk about League of Legends. Okay, yeah. Yes, we were talking about Arcane and the possibility of it getting a season 2. It's a great show. Watch it. Shaolin Showdown was amazing, but it lacks the ability to watch it anywhere. Oh, well, that's gonna make it difficult. Backyardigans. I like Backyardigans, but it was never my favorite. Like, it didn't even really reach the top. It was just fun. Some ones that reached the top but weren't quite Oh, Out of the Box. I forgot. That was a favorite. Out of the Box was definitely a favorite. Some that I liked but didn't reach the top. Roly Poly Oly I liked. Cyber Chase I liked, but it didn't quite reach the top. What else? Shady, have you seen Ben 10? Yes, I need to do a video on Ben 10 because I know you guys want to see it. I like Ben 10. It's fun to talk about. Gravity Falls is the GOAT of kids show. I will not be convinced otherwise. I mean, Gravity Falls, I felt like could have benefited from another season. A bit more build-up. Pacifica didn't get enough screen time. Wow Wow Wubsy is top tier. I loved Odd Squad as well. I didn't really care for Wow Wow Wubsy. I did like the theme song. I don't remember Odd Squad. I think Arcane's getting a second season in November 2024. Yes, that's the last I heard. Roly Poly Oly had a cool house. Roly Poly Oly had a cool world. I watched Cyber Chase well after I was too old for it. I watched a lot of things well after I was too old for them. I'll convince you they have 4 types of benders and the main character is a water vendor. Steven Universe was so in-depth and the later episodes hit hard. I heard Steven Universe fell off though, like towards the end. That's another one I'm trying to get into. I get a little bit annoyed watching the poll's done. I get a little annoyed watching the earlier episodes because they're just so oblivious, but yeah. All right, so the racist dad wound up winning in the end. That I probably should give that a bit more context, but nope, I'm not gonna. The racist dad wound up winning in the end. That's all you need to know. Okay, so I'm gonna take like a bit of a break, get up and stretch, and go to the bathroom, and then I will be back, and we will do the final round and figure out which video is the best video of 2023 for the channel. So BRB. Okay, I'm back. And I screwed up again. Oh my goodness, how did I make this mistake? So, oh man, I'm not sure how to do this. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Because I can't think of another way to do this. Oh, jeez. I completely messed this up. All right. The picture behind me is slightly crooked. Which one? It could just be that my camera is crooked. So here's what we're going to do. Because kind of screwed this up. I'm going to start a poll. So what I did was, here, I'll show you guys. I made a bracket with 8 branches, but I had 9 categories. I triple checked that and I still somehow messed it up. So, you guys get to decide which video goes on to the final round. The Thor picture is crooked. There. So, yeah, you guys get to decide which one. Oh man, I cannot believe that. I really can't. I checked so much because I was really trying to make sure I nailed this. I guess I checked and then I realized that I didn't have a. I realized I didn't have enough categories for the amount of videos I had. I'm not sure. The worst woke media I've seen is Disney's live action Peter Pan movie. Well, I haven't seen that one. I mean, if you want to talk about woke, the worst woke movie I've probably seen is Mulan. What birthday cake flavor is the best, or replace it with pie? Well, I always prefer chocolate cake. Like, I love chocolate cake. Have you actually never heard of Showdown before today? The MC gets enough water powers to summon an entire tsunami. No, I've never heard of that. And again, every time I say it, it feels like I'm saying Showdown. I just saw the Azula Redemption video, and I agree with Shady's opinion. I'd argue many of the MCU villains with a tragic backstory still shouldn't be redeemed or absolved. I mean, Avatar went out of its way to say that Azula was just a horrible person, so. I love chocolate. I mean, there's plenty of cakes that I love, but, like, if you put any flavor of cake next to a chocolate cake, I'm going to reach for the chocolate cake every time. Why Trash Earth? Thank you very much. Thanks for an amazing year of content, Shady. Hope you're happy and well. Wishing you the best 2024. Happy New Year's. Chocolate cake killed my family in front of me 7 years ago, so I could take it or leave it. Oreo ice cream cake. I haven't had many ice cream cakes. Azula was awful to her older brother and her only two friends. That's pretty awful. See, like I said in the video, in real life, I think I believe that pretty much any person can be redeemed if they are genuinely repentant. But I don't give that same luxury to characters because it's not as fluid with storytelling. Think about it this way: Andy the Destroyer in Running Kenshin, highly recommended anime series, had a tragic backstory and ended his arc redeemed, knowing he did wrong, but he wasn't absolved. Azula doesn't. I think you're focusing on the wrong thing for the character if you try to put her down that path. I love Azula's story in Atla, the tragedy of it all, and how competent she is, and just how strong of a character she is. I love it, and then to say, you know what, let's add on to it and see if she's willing to take this redemption arc. I'm like, I really think you're looking at the wrong thing. I think you like this character, so you want her to be seen as possibly good. And that detracts from what the character was meant to be. Also, I felt that Steven Universe could do more to redeem its villains. What is the best redemption arc you've seen? Well, the best redemption arc would be Zuko. The worst redemption arc? Well, Bra from what's that? Dragon Ball Multiverse is pretty bad. I'm trying to think of something where I was just like, no, this is awful. I feel like I've seen a lot, but I'm blanking on thinking of them. I constantly, when I was constantly watching Once Upon a Time, I was constantly like, you can't just ignore the awful things Regina has done. I don't want to say she's the worst, though, because I did like Regina's character, but I was constantly like, I didn't forget that Regina killed all these people, and these people are like, y'all are just forgetting. Sasuke's redemption was pretty bad. It felt cool, but I feel like it was pretty bad. Zuko was redeemed and absolved. He finally got everything he wanted. He came back to the Fire Nation, yet he realized something's off, and he decided to leave his home anyway to help Aang. See, people say that, oh, any character can be redeemed. Like, you just need to, you can keep telling stories with them. And I'm like, okay, look, you could take Sokka and tempt him to be evil, because any character can be tempted to be evil, but you shouldn't do it. That's not the point of his character. Shady, it's just like the older cartoons where it tries to have an overlapping message at the end of almost every episode, although the best one is that all girls secretly have tails. What? Sasuke was way too easily forgiven for all the crap he did. He attacked all the world leaders and tried to kill his former team members in cold blood. Oh, now I remember. The worst one was... Okay, maybe this isn't the worst one. Maybe it's just because I'm remembering and I'm like, oh yeah, this is... But a really bad one. Raya and the Last Dragon. Namari. No. Just no. Catra from Netflix, She-Ra, Kylo Ren, Reva. Kylo Ren was pretty bad. Reva from Obi-Wan, Negan from Walking Dead. You know who? What's his name? What's that dude's name? Abomination from She-Hulk was done really poorly. Not because he didn't deserve to be forgiven, but because like they just completely changed his character. Redemption should only work if it's thematically crucial to the story, i.e. Anakin Skywalker and Lucas era saga of Star Wars. Yeah, see, with Anakin, you can tempt him with redemption. Like that's where his character is going. I remember when kids moved like pound puppies, Chicken Little and Addams Family used the brainwashing technique to redeem their antagonist villains. Oh, yeah. I do remember the Chicken Little version. I never saw Pound Puppies or the Addams Family. And then the victims are just ignored so that her feelings bad about being a bad person isn't remorse, but shame and self-loathing. Ew. I feel like there's another anime where I'm just ignoring somebody being redeemed and how bad it was. Because I do feel like that happens a lot in anime. My boy Hulk got ruined because of corporate greed. Yeah, Jar was right when he said, like, there is no MCU character more abused than Hulk. If you're a Hulk fan, I feel so bad because he was destroyed in the MCU. Jay the Real McCoy, thank you very much. This is the video showdown of Ultimate Destiny. Good ones, bad ones, and explosions are far as the eye can see, and only one will survive. I wonder what it'll be. This is the video showdown of Video Destiny. I imagine that's a theme song. Should you just do a video on the top 10 redemption arcs? Well, top 10 videos don't really do it for YouTubers anymore, or for YouTube viewers anymore. Like, you don't really see too many people doing top 10s. Let me check something right quick. Shut up. Yeah, I'm on Phantom's channel. I'm seeing if he still does top 10s. Well, he did the top 10 most hated modern cartoons, so yeah. I guess he's still doing top 10s. I know he was very well known for doing top 10s. But yeah, I don't see too many top 10s being done. Anyway, poll's done. Azula wins. Azula, you get to move on to the finale. And you... which one are you? Are you this one? You are messing everything up. I had it all ready. This one? No. 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 This one? This one. Okay, yeah. You go bye-bye. Okay, now. We are here. Finally, we get to decide. We're doing this tournament style. Because I can't have more than 4 options in a bracket. So, one by one, these will be eliminated until we find out what is the best Shady Doorags video of 2023. This is the Shady Doorags 2023 Video Showdown. Ow! I bit my lip and I stuttered so much while trying to say that. Okay, so let's start. There are no backsies from this. Which video was better? You know. Same as before. You got 10 minutes. If it's a tie, I decide the winner. And go. Yeah, that was a massive skill issue. I completely fumbled over all my words there. Plus, my mouth is dry. All this talking. My throat's been doing pretty good. For talking for, what, 5 hours? My throat's been doing really good. All right. Dale wins back. Nancy currently has the lead. This is driving me bonkers. Move over. Wrestling has bad villain redemption stories. It usually just the heel helps the face when they are getting beat up and stopping a more annoying heel. It's already been 5 hours. Wow. Yeah. Shady, hope you had a great year and loved all the videos you made. Wanted to know if you consider doing Batman the Animated Series or the World War II Justice League episode. And happy 2024. Yes to both of those. I have considered them. I don't know exactly when I'll be doing them, but I have considered them. I can't vote King of the Hill because it's a Nancy episode. It was technically a Nancy episode, yeah. It's just it highlighted all the good parts about Dale. But I believe I polled everyone and I said, which one do you guys want to see me do? Because it's one of the 4 episodes I consider to be my favorite Dale episodes. And people said this one. So now we got super exciting climax here because these are all the best of the best. No more. Oh, that should have been the finale arguments. I had to vote for arts and crafts since it hits home to me as an artist. So are you interested in doing the Justice Lords or is that further down the line? The Justice Lords? I could see that happening. I can see that happening relatively soon. My immediate plans for Justice League are for the Man Who Has Everything, because that's been like the most requested episode, and kids stuff, because that's my favorite episode from Unlimited. Speaking of redemptions, didn't you say you didn't like a Starlight Glimmer? That's the one. Thank you. Starlight Glimmer is the worst redeemed. Thank you. Oh my, I knew there was something in my brain. I'm like, there is someone who I constantly complain about who has an awful redemption arc, but I cannot think of it. That's who it was. Starlight Glimmer. Oh my goodness. I feel so relieved from that. My goodness. What are your thoughts on Spider-Man Unlimited? Unlimited? I don't think I've even seen that. Spider-Man Unlimited? Yeah, I'm not sure I know what that is. Hold on, let me look that up right quick. I feel like I know Spider-Man Unlimited, but it's drawing a blank. Spider-Man Unlimited. Oh, that awful show. Yeah, I think that was supposed to be the sequel to the animated series. Yeah, and yeah, that's why I didn't have any memory of it, because it's not a good show. They had a really weird version of Carnage and Venom in that. We never bring up All-Star Batman and Robin. Anything really from Justice League Unlimited is really good. Well, yeah. Was Unlimited the MTV one? Who would win in a bar brawl? Starlight, Glimmer, Trixie, or Sunset Shimmer? Well, in a bar brawl, are they allowed to use magic? Because if they're allowed to use magic, Starlight Glimmer, this annoys me so much. Starlight Glimmer is supposed to be on par with Twilight, which she wasn't originally, but they changed their mind. So if they're allowed to use magic, Starlight's winning. Because she knows Sunset hasn't even used magic in forever. Well, that's not true. She's used magical trinkets, and she did go back to Equestria in one episode that I didn't see. But Trixie doesn't even have good magic. It's just tricks with her. What's better, Daria or King of the Hill? I prefer the good parts of King of the Hill, but King of the Hill has more bad parts than Daria does. Though, to be fair, that's because King of the Hill went on longer. Daria only has, 5 seasons? Either 4 or 5 seasons. Shady ranting about MLP is just kind of funny, okay? Just so everyone knows, Spider-Man is better than Batman, and if anyone says otherwise, meet me in the parking lot. I mean, I prefer Spider-Man, but it just depends on what kind of story you're looking at. Man, love your content, and you've helped make it through some tight paths in my life, so appreciate it. I do like to reiterate to people that, I do have mini goals with my videos. Obviously there are videos where I try to teach a lesson or whatnot. But the main thing I want to do is just make people laugh. That's the main thing. So it is interesting when people say I've helped them through their lives. It's well, I'm glad I could do that. I hope you got a good chuckle as well. I mean, I'll happily meet you there, but when you comparing and contrasting for the comfort of a warm room and some food, if they do MLP G6, they should use completely different characters in a completely different world. They should have did that with G5. This is something I was talking about, or I commented on C-Puff's video when she said people get bent out of shape about lore and stuff. I'm like, they shouldn't use lore if they're not gonna take it seriously, because they're using the lore to draw in fans of the old show, and then they just ignore it. It's why would you do that? Just make a completely different show. Have you thought about doing a video on the Bionicle movies? Love to see a dissection of Akama as a character. I never saw the Bionicle movies. Bionicle to me felt like knockoff Lego, and I know that. I just felt it's why would I get that when I can get Lego or Connects? I love Legos and I love Connects, but Bionicle, I was just why? Why does that exist? Thoughts on the question from Unlimited? He's there. A lot of superheroes I first encountered from the DC world, I first encountered in Justice League. So a lot of times when I see them in the comics, I'm comparing them to their Unlimited counterpart. Shady, do you think a human can beat up a pony in My Little Pony? Yes. I wouldn't try it because Pegasi can fly, unicorns have magic, and Earth ponies are super strong. It's debatable because G5 was oh, actually, Earth ponies don't have any magic. Bionicle was a Lego product? Bionicle is Lego. Okay. And time. All right, so I guess it wasn't a knockoff. Dale wins back. Nancy wins. Yeah, I can't say I'm too surprised at that. It was a very popular episode. It was King of the Hill. And not only was it King of the Hill, but an extremely popular King of the Hill episode. So sorry, Daria. I don't think Daria was gonna make it to the final round anyway. Just there's too many big ones on here. Daria's a newcomer. You know what? I'm just gonna do it like that. What? No, I'm not manipulating the poll by only putting the character names. I wouldn't do that. Obviously, I could have put the topic of the video, but I think it's just easier putting the character names. If you had to 1v1 a character from the Breaking Bad franchise, who would it be? 1v1? If I had to 1v1? Like there's nobody in Breaking Bad. I guess Walt, just because I really despise Walt, but like if you're like, oh, and if you don't win, you die or something. I don't know. I guess Walt Jr. or his sister. But I really despise Walt. I hate Walt with a burning passion. Although, to be fair, I'm not much of a fighter. Walt did throw hands, although he sucked at it. It will be really hard for a video to ever top Shady's John Redcorn video. I mean, The Flash is on its way. The Flash gets a lot of views every month. Like, this is why I'm genuinely shocked I only did 2 Justice League videos. Because The Flash is still performing, like, really well. It's the video topic. I want to pick Azula, but he talked about the Raven episode with such tender compassion towards people. I did? I mean, yeah, that obviously I'm compassionate. Just curious, anyone else on Team Starfire over Raven? I love both, but I always had a bigger crush on Starfire. Yeah, when I was a kid, I preferred Starfire. And I would say, yeah, I think I still prefer Starfire. Just her personality is a bit more bubbly. A bit more bubbly. I prefer her bubbly personality a bit more than Raven's, although I do really like Raven's. Her personality is not a bit more bubbly than Raven's. Raven's isn't on the map of bubbly. Are your thoughts still the same about New Guy? I mean, New Guy is an old meme at this point, but yeah, I haven't really changed my thoughts on New Guy. Hey, Shady, are you a fan of Genny Troskowski's Primal? I tried to watch it, but by the time I got to it, like, I couldn't find it. Is it still on Netflix? I don't think so. A lot of people asked me to check it out, and then I finally went to check it out, and I couldn't find it. Pepsi is better than Coca-Cola. Well, when I go to a restaurant, I prefer Coca-Cola, but when I get soda from the store, I prefer Pepsi, specifically out of a can. You should do the first Batman episode from Batman Brave and the Bold. It's really funny and has a lot of callbacks and references to the Babyface episode. Primal is on Hulu. Okay, I could probably still check it out then. Shady, you should do a Daria alignment chart. I haven't done an alignment chart in a hot minute. I could consider that if I want to like shake things up. Do you plan on watching the movie Fix when it comes out? Nope, I've never heard of it. Shady, would you rather be trapped in the DuckTales world or My Little Pony? By the way, in both, you will still be a human. Well, you can't be. That's really weird. That would be really weird to be a human in the DuckTales world. They don't exist. And in the My Little Pony world, humans automatically get turned to ponies. Probably the DuckTales world, because the DuckTales world is pretty normal unless you get involved with Scrooge. My Little Pony, the My Little Pony world is normal until Twilight was born. Then all this weird stuff started happening. Who would you want to be as a superhero or supervillain? I wouldn't want to be a villain, but if I could get their powers, I'll take Hydro Man's. Who would I want to be as a superhero? Probably Iron Man. As long as I can get rid of that alcoholism. Which is cooler, a card-themed villain or a chess-themed villain? I don't think either of those are cooler. I think they're about the same level of cool. I always thought no one hated Weird Al until I learned he was in an MLP episode and was with a lot of people's pony waifu. Really? Like, a lot of people shipped Pinky and Cheese. Most people, when they talk about their pony waifu, they're talking about, like, Fluttershy. What's your favorite color? That would be blue. Specifically, whatever shade Sonic is. We have a card theme villain. It's called Royal Flush Gang in JLU. Well, that's card theme villains, plural. We have a card theme villain. His name is Joker. Joker is a card theme villain. A card theme villain would be like Luxor from Kingdom Hearts. So that, oh no, screw that guy. What superpower would you take, but you have to use it to help the Earth most of the time? What superpower would you take, but you have to use it to help the Earth most of the time? If I have to help the Earth, I guess Adam Eve's power. Party Penguin, $5. Thank you very much. I'll tell you what's cool. Playing Resistance Fall of Man again. Again. Wow, somebody went back and found an old video. Resistance Fall of Man. Yeah, I still have that game. And my PS3 is sitting right there, so I could play. But I don't want to do that. Because the resolution on that would be pretty bad. Sonic is cobalt blue. I always call his color Sonic the Hedgehog blue. Do you keep up with local news, Chris Shannon the like? No, I do not. Is Gambit card theme or is that a gimmick? He can throw other stuff. I mean, you could technically call. Well, no, he's not card themed. His powers are cards. No, he just likes to use cards. His powers aren't cards. Namu Zed, thank you very much. Only episode I went out of my way to see was the anti-communist episode of MLP. It was actually pretty good. Hope you do another DuckTales vid in 2024. Really great reboot. Yes, that was when Starlight Glimmer was a villain, when she was actually an enjoyable character. I loved Starlight as a villain. I thought she was a great villain. It was when the redemption nonsense happened. Then I was like, oh, are you kidding me? And done. All right, Raven, you are moving on to the super sloppy slime off. Next up. I've never watched My Little Pony. Oh, you missed the brony phenomenon. Shady, what's your favorite iteration of Sonic? My favorite? Well, right now I'm really loving Sonic Prime. And I'm not counting the Sonic fan dub. But I'm really loving Sonic Prime. But if I couldn't say Sonic Prime, I'm guessing Sonic Boom. Because even though the game was awful, I really like the personalities of the characters in Sonic Boom. Who was Sonic's best suited rival? I was always more partial to Shadow, but like I wouldn't blame anybody who says like Knuckles. Favorite Sonic side character? Amy. Or is she counted as a main character? Amy is easily my second favorite. My first favorite is Sonic, and then Amy is immediately after him. Sonic Boom had great design. Shame they're never going to get touched again thanks to negativity bias. Kill everything related to that splinter of the franchise. Yeah, it is a shame. The Sonic Boom show was great. And the Sonic, I really liked the designs. I mean, Knuckles could have used some tweaking, but it wasn't bad. Like, everybody was just kind of weirded out by how tall he was. Best Sonic voice actor? That's a difficult one. Because they all do their jobs pretty well. I think my favorite is the one I grew up with, which is the one from Sonic X. Safe opinion, I'm sure, but Slade's 2003 look from the show is my favorite Deathstroke design. Sometimes simplicity works when there's one frame just right. Well, Slade was my introduction to Deathstroke. Where is Rouge on your favorites list? She's up there. Maybe my third favorite? I like her more than Knuckles. I like her more than Tails. I don't know. I like Shadow more than her, so she's probably my fourth favorite. My favorite Sonic character is Blaze the Cat. Sonic Rush is one of the few Sonic games I ever played, and Blaze had the cool powers. Pretty sure she had hot powers. With a compelling backstory and arc. Needs to appear in a cartoon. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people really like Silver, but because his storyline was literally one and done, like, it's hard to bring him back for anything. Well, actually, a lot of people hated Silver, but they are fond of Silver. Because Silver is such an annoying boss battle in Sonic 06. It's still weird that Slade was never called Deathstroke in the show. It's like if Green Goblin was just called Norman. I mean, that would work. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't work if Green Goblin was just called Norman. But it makes sense for Slade because the whole he's not really doing the Deathstroke thing in Teen Titans. He's more calm in there. Like he's not actually out there fighting. You knew what to do to beat him, but for first timers it would be annoying. Oh, you probably saw my Let's Play. Yeah. Silver is one of the most annoying boss battles. He's actually one of the easiest if you know what to do. But the problem is in Sonic 06, the game tells you to defeat enemies. Hold on, something's stuck. To defeat enemies, you have to homing attack on them, and then it introduces Silver, whom you have to wait until he's vulnerable before you can attack him. So everyone just runs up and tries to attack him, and then he dies. You used to do Let's Plays. I still do Let's Plays. It's on my second channel. I did used to do Let's Plays on this channel, but not anymore. Starting tomorrow, Let's Plays will be live on the second channel. Well, there are already Let's Plays on the second channel. There's like 3 different video game series on the second channel. But starting tomorrow, there will be new Let's Plays on the second channel. So I haven't uploaded on there in a while. Oh man, if you really wanted your plate full, you could review your favorite Spider-Man series. Yeah, I mean, it'll probably happen. My favorite Spider-Man series is Spider-Man the Animated Series. Purely because of nostalgia, I acknowledge that Spectacular Spider-Man is the better show. It feels like there's a hair in my mouth. Starlight brainwashed the entire town. She sure did, and they instantly forgave her. What's the name of the second channel? I think I have a command for that. Let me see if it's here. It might not. If I do have a command, I might not remember it. Is this it? Let's see if this does something. Yep. What exactly was wrong with your PS4? Gee, what? That's a old quit. That's like from last year. My PS4's disk drive wasn't working, and I bought a new disk drive and it didn't work. So everything else about the PS4 worked, but except the disk drive. So I eventually I just bought a PS5. I mean, would you like it if someone gave your car a free wash? Now do it for your brain. If somebody just randomly gave my car a free wash, probably not. If they gave me permission, or if I gave them permission, it was quality. Do you have any live action shows that you're really into, or is it mostly animated for you? I'm more into animated than I am live action, but there are live action shows I am into. For example, Burn Notice. I really love Burn Notice. I really love Leverage. Would you prefer if Starlight was turned to stone by Twilight? I would prefer it if the story was written well. It's not Starlight's redemption I have a problem with. It's how hastily and sloppily they did it. Because it seemed like the goal for Starlight was to get her to be a main character and to get her to upstage all the other main characters. Because after Starlight became good, she just became better at doing things than everybody else. The original episode showed that Starlight was no match for Twilight when it came to magic. So she had to manipulate Twilight and her friends. And then in the finale, it's like, oh, Starlight's so powerful that her magic that Twilight's magic couldn't defeat her. It's like, what? She's a unicorn. Twilight is not only an alicorn, she's an alicorn with the talent of magic who was trained at the top magic school in the land. Starlight did not go to school. Like that's a specific part of her backstory is that she didn't go to school. This makes no sense. Do you like death battles? Yes, I do. Are you talking about the show? Because I like the show Death Battle. Do you have any favorite villains? Azula. Azula is definitely my favorite villain, or at least one of them. And done. So surprising no one. Flash takes the lead yet again. Do you like actual battles to the death? No, I don't really like violence that much. I mean, there's as a male, there's like an inherent to perceive or do violence, but not like real authentic violence. It makes me severely uncomfortable. Are there any shows, movies, etc., that you had better villains than heroes? Better villains than heroes? None that I can think of off the top of my head. I wonder if the Azula redemption arc thing actually went through, or if they did the smart thing and didn't redeem her. Well, I don't think she was gonna get redeemed. I just didn't like the concept of her even getting, like, going down towards that path. Most Naruto villains were better than the heroes. Well, Naruto heroes were great until the show got later down its path. Because freaking Naruto started off as a show about underdogs doing an underdog doing the best he could with what he had, and then as it went forward, it became about the chosen one being the best at everything. Literally the opposite. What makes a good enemy to lovers story versus a bad one? Enemy to lovers? I don't even know if I know of a story that has enemies to lovers. I mean, what makes a good story versus a bad story is basically characters and well, what I say all the time: characters, continuity, and consistency. Party Penguin, thank you very much. In your opinion, which franchise would you think have a chance of surviving Silent Hill or Resident Evil? Which franchise do you think? Well, the DuckTales gang is pretty good at surviving pretty much any encounter. Specifically, zombie franchises. Oh, do I think that I would have a chance of surviving? Okay, I thought you were saying which franchise would survive those two. Okay. I don't know enough about Silent Hill to answer that. So, Resident Evil, I wouldn't survive. I can tell you right now. Resident Evil, I would survive. But I don't know enough about Silent Hill to accurately answer that. What's the worst comic you've ever read? I'm not sure, but the one off the top of my head, there was an Ultimate Spider-Man comic where he switched places with Logan. It was stupid. What's your favorite comic that isn't DC or Marvel? I don't know if I have one, because that was, well, I guess Mouse counts? In your opinion, if one were to pique your interest or were to be written by you, in your opinion, if one were to pique your interest or be written by you, like to me, a bad one would be the villain getting off by charm alone and then having their character rewritten. I mean, the story really, any good story just has to flow. So if, for one thing, for two people to become a couple, they have to have interesting personalities that are interesting both separate and together, but especially together. So if they're going to become a couple, I want to see their interesting personalities working off of each other. And if they're going to fall in love, I want it to feel natural. I do not want it to feel forced. I've seen some forced shipping, and it annoys me to no end. Have you seen Das Boot? No, I have not. What's your favorite lantern core? Green. Tis easily the Green Lantern Corps. The Green Lantern Corps, I've read more of their books than any other DC books. Raylo was 100% Force. Yes, it was. Well, okay, I shouldn't talk about the Star Wars movies because I've never seen them. I've only seen reviews of them. The modern Star Wars movies. The only writers that can do enemies to lovers well as hyperfixated Tumblr fanfic writers. You know who did a good enemies to lovers story? DuckTales. DuckTales did it. And I really loved it because Goldie is my favorite villain in DuckTales. Who is your favorite human Green Lantern? I'm pretty partial to Hal Jordan for generic reasons. Hal Jordan is like the generic Green Lantern, and I do like reading about him. What's your thoughts on Green Lantern Earth 1? I don't remember it. I think I read it, but I don't remember if I did. Don't bother watching the Star Wars sequel trilogy. Well, I might put it under my belt one day just to say I did. Because when you're a reviewer and you're talking about stuff you haven't seen, you have to openly admit that, because it's very disingenuous to assume to not say that. Do you have thoughts on the Metal Gear franchise? Not really. I played one game and I only got past the first level and then I stopped. How do you feel about the 3D animated Green Lantern show? It was good when I watched it. It came on at an awkward time, despite it being targeted towards teenagers. Have you ever seen the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie? Yes, and I actually liked it when it first came out. Are you someone whose favorite character is often the main character, or are you someone who prefers other characters to the main? I'd say I'm a good 50-50. My favorite character can be the main character, but it can also be a side character. It's really a toss-up. I agree you shouldn't talk about movies if you haven't seen. Well, I think you should talk about. I think you can talk about movies if you haven't seen them. You just need to admit it. You need to admit that you're speaking from a limited perspective, especially if you're a reviewer, because people appreciate your perspective. So if you say, "Hey, even though I think this way, I haven't seen it," it puts a bit of it puts different thoughts into their head than "this is bad," because they're gonna assume you've seen it. If you do watch and review Star Wars sequel trilogy, I'm sure you'll do it better than Misanthropony. Well, you never know. I have had contentious opinions. The one on EFAP was, I think Ratatouille is just an okay movie. I don't think it's Pixar's best. If you have to follow one cartoon protag for a year, but if you lived through it and the protag still likes you, you're the souvenir of your choice IRL. Where are you going and what's your souvenir? Well, if I had to follow one cartoon protag for a year, it's going to be Spider-Man. Just for the chance to meet Spider-Man. Did you read Junie B. Jones? I did. I don't remember anything about it, though. Shady, I hope you have a happy new year. Thank you. You too. It's hard to try talking about something you haven't seen because you have no desire to support the people who made it, but you want to be educated enough so you can say why you wouldn't like it. I mean, the best thing you could do is say, I have a limited perspective. And people are going to say, well, that doesn't give you the right to talk about it. And you say, well, yes, I can. It's just, I have a limited perspective. I'm talking about it from a limited perspective. I just came in here to hear Shady with that blasphemy about Ratatouille unsubscribed. I mean, it is what it is. I think Ratatouille is just okay. I think there are too many plot points in the movie that rely on luck. You know, there a little bit of luck here and there is fine, but I think Ratatouille relies on it too much. And that's 10 minutes. And Static Shock wins. Okay, so now we're getting to the interesting ones. Because so far, poll's going pretty much how I predicted. I feel like I actually should have switched Daria and the Azula one, but let's see what's going to become of this. How dare you have an opinion? Agree with me, Mr. Internet Man. Well, I have two jobs. It's either to agree or disagree with you. I'm choosing the latter. But Shaffel's made a video on like I don't understand how people just don't see the amount of luck that's in that movie. Like I don't want people to hate Ratatouille. I think it's a fine movie. But yeah, I just think it's okay. Every time I hear people's like, "Oh, that's Pixar's pinnacle." I'm like, "No." Like it was luck that Remy wound up in Paris. It was luck that when he came out of the sewers, he just happened to be next to Cousteau's. It was luck that when he did, Linguini just happened to be starting his shift there. It was luck that he caught Linguini cooking. It was luck that Linguini just they even call this one out, that Linguini just happened to want a job there a month before the contract ran out. It was luck that Linguini happened to be Gustav's son. And they call out that, oh, Linguini just happens to be his son and he wants a job a month before it expires. It was luck that Remy found the will and the documents proving that Linguini was his son. And I still stand by, because EFAP did not persuade me otherwise, that the whole Antoine thing, him liking Ratatouille, was luck. I still stand by that. There is so much luck in that movie. And the thing I didn't say on EFAP, which I should have said, was that, because they were claiming that, no, it wasn't that Antoine liked Ratatouille specifically, it was that that Remy was an artist and he was making something special, which Antoine liked. And what I should have said was, why couldn't Cousteau do that? Because Cousteau is the chef that Remy was trying to be. So why couldn't Cousteau make something so passionate that Antoine liked? No chef in Paris for years made Antoine anything with passion that he liked. Of course, later EFAB did say that it doesn't make sense that Antoine hasn't tasted anything in years that gave him passion. But yeah, if you like Ratatouille, it's no skin off my nose. I just don't think it's one of Pixar's best. I feel Coco is peak Pixar movie. Yes, that I agree with. I think Coco is peak. When I was on EFAP, I said Incredibles, but I definitely changed my answer to Coco. I prefer The Incredibles, but Coco, I think, is just objectively the best Pixar movie. Remy, that was pure luck. I was not in control of that situation at all. Did it remind Antoine of his mom making Ratatouille? Yes, it did. But, well, that's what the cinematography shows. That it reminded him of his mom's Ratatouille and thus made a special connection. But again, that's just luck that Remy happened to make a dish that reminded him of his mom's cooking. I thought the narrative explicitly showed that Antoine changed his mind purely based on a nostalgic experience. See, some people in the comments said that, and after reading their comments, I kind of agree with them. Because I see what EFAP was saying with, like, it was Remy's skill, and at the time, I agree with them. I was like, okay, I can admit to that. But I think a lot of people are right when they say the cinematography clearly shows that he had some kind of connection with Ratatouille specifically. Like, I think that is ignoring the cinematography to say that it was Remy's skill when the cinematography shows that he flashes back to him eating Ratatouille. I like Coco, but I saw it at a rough time in my life, so watching it is bittersweet. I saw Meet the Crudes, or what was it? Just the Crude. It's just called the Crudes. I saw the Crudes at a very interesting time in my life because I saw that immediately after my dad passed away, and it was a show about appreciating a father, so it was like perfect timing for me and my family. Hot take: if given the option, I'd rather watch Cars 1 over Ratatouille. I think for me, that's true as well. I don't think Cars 1 at all is better than Ratatouille. I just think there's just a part in Cars that there's just a lot in Cars that I personally like more than Ratatouille. But that's like this pure personal. You're allowed to like whatever you like. Have you ever been to Disney World? Because they have. I grew up in Florida, Orlando, Florida. So yes, they have a Ratatouille ride in Epcot. Oh, I haven't been there recently. But I pretty much grew up in Disney World. I'm very sorry to hear that about your father, Shady. It's honest. Like I said, the cruise came out after it happened, so it happened a while ago. Shady, have you seen Wish? No, I meant to go watch it and then I didn't. I meant to go watch like 3 different movies and then I just didn't. I love Cars. It's one of the few movies I had when I was young, so it's really nostalgic for me. I have a Lightning McQueen pillow. Well, Cars does a thing that I'm a sucker for, which is they take a really significant moment or line, and then they use it in a really heavy way that I didn't expect towards the end of the movie. For Cars, it's just an empty cup. That part made me love the movie, like the entire movie, so much more. Just that little part. Not many shows, movies about appreciating a father these days. I heard Wish flopped. I heard that too. I heard everybody disliked it and it didn't do well. I wish the Croods as well when my dad passed. I feel you, Shady. Cars had a really strong first act. I'll give it that. I think the back half of it is a little predictable, but it's a strong, reliable movie regardless. Like, that's the thing. It's just it's nothing to write home about, but I don't see it. A lot of people see it as bad. I don't know if I would qualify it as bad. I think it's predictable. Which character is more interesting, Elsa or Spider-Man? Well, Spider-Man has a lot more under his repertoire than Elsa. The plot was so mid, people still ask if AI wrote it. Oh, you talking about Wish? I like the premise of Wish, but never watched it. I think I'll stay in that position. Well, Wish was mocked as soon as it was advertised. I mocked Wish as soon as it was advertised. Because they made the villain seem sympathetic, and they didn't try to. They tried to make him seem evil, and everybody was like, isn't this guy kind of right? I've only seen Cars 3, which a lot of people say is the good one. I liked all the Cars, really. I think Cars 2 is the closest I would call a bad movie, because there are a lot of annoying parts with Cars 2. Although that's an objective observation using subjective reasoning. I remember when I saw Cars 2, I was like, if they had just did something like this in the first movie, people would have been fine. Because the first movie is about racing. It's like what you expect from Cars. If they just made a world about cars, but just treated it like people, I think it would have been more interesting. Kind of like Zootopia. It's weird getting ads on the stream. Oh, don't go to Twitch. I didn't hear the villain song, but I've seen it, sort of, and the lyrics look so stupid. The music lyrics video. Oh, I saw a part of it, and I wanted to hear the rest of that song so badly. Not that I thought it was going to be good, but just that it was going to be memeable. And done. And the winner of the semifinals of Dale wins back Nancy versus Raven. Dale wins back Nancy. Okay. Now for a big one. There's a vending machine in Cars 2 where you can buy body parts. That doesn't make any sense. Well, yeah, it does. Vending machine doesn't just vend food. It can vend various things. Oh, the Flash vid wins easily one of my top 10 YouTube videos from any creator this year. That's an honorable thing. Like from any creator, just wow. Of course, the interesting thing about the Flash video was it came out when the Flash movie was coming out. That was by complete accident. Like, I was not trying to capitalize on that popularity. It's just people had been asking for me to do this episode. And I was like, yeah, I like Justice League. You guys give me views. Let's do it. And I was blown away by the views on that video. And again, it's still a popular video. Like, the views are still doing well on that video. But yeah, I'd say top tier Pixar is definitely Coco, and then after that, if Coco is S tier, then I have to put the others in A tier, I guess. But I don't see how they could be any better. Like The Incredibles, Toy Story 2. What else? Finding Nemo. Shady, have you seen The Creator? No. There's a pun in there, though. Do you think they'll finally have Grayson be Romani in the DCU? I don't even know what Romani is. That sounds like a Zelda character name. What potential projects might you have on the pipeline soon, or do you more go with what's on your mind in the moment? I more so go what's on my mind in the moment, but I do have, like, a list of videos where I'm like, okay, I need to make one of those soon. For example, if it's been a long time since I've done a King of the Hill, I'm like, okay, I need to make a King of the Hills video soon. So immediately what's on my mind is I do want to do some Avatar videos, just because January is a good time a good chance to do something like that, because I plan on being busy this January with other stuff. So smaller videos like the Avatar videos will help, like, put content on the channel, and also progress, like, the whole Avatar aspect. I do have 2 Justice League videos planned, but they're probably not going to be back to back because I don't like doing a show back to back. You can expect King of the Hill content within the next 2 or 3 months, just because that's generally what happens. King of the Hill, Static Shock, Justice League, and Daria are pretty much regulars on the channel now. I have to admit, I haven't watched King of the Hill, and for some reason love watching your videos on it. I'm weird. Well, that's see, I make that joke all the time on the channel, but that's actually fairly frequent on YouTube. Because you're watching the YouTube channel for the YouTuber. You know, the topic might bring you in, but if you like the YouTuber, you're not necessarily going to care about the topic that much. Not necessarily. Obviously, you know, if you like both the YouTuber and the topic, that's going to help. But the reason I can make that joke is because I know it's what YouTubers do. I know it's what YouTube watchers do. Bob Shady hasn't watched a lot of it either. Hey, they don't need to know that. Actually, a lot of it. I've watched a lot of it. I just haven't seen like all of it. Do you have a favorite niche Justice League member? I like me a Wildcat, even if he's JSA, like the extended JL tree. Niche? Not really. When we getting more angry Shady on a John Redcorn? Oh, that's right. There was an angry video I wanted to make just for the sake, because we haven't had angry Shady in a while. So I was thinking about doing a video on that just for the sake of it. The Proud Family episode. A lot of people asked for a video on that. The Proud Family episode where they're talking about doing one of the racist episodes. Oh no, I accidentally said the actual word instead of the meme. Doing one of the raucous episodes. Would you get back into reading comics, especially current comics? Not anytime soon. I saw some things about Spider-Man that ticked me off. Shady, have you ever seen the Halo TV series? No, I have not. Still want to see Shady review Jurassic Bark. I'm in a need of a Shady ugly cry since I had to put my dog down this summer. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Jurassic Bark it's kind of an interesting one because I remember Jurassic Bark being so sad, but when I said in my video that Jurassic Bark was definitely what people consider to be the saddest episode, a lot of people said Jurassic Bark is overrated, and I'm inclined to agree with them because Jurassic Bark is good on the first viewing. It's not that touching after you've watched it a second time. I mean, it's still good. Like, it's still entertaining. I shouldn't say it's good on the first viewing. It makes you cry on the first viewing. It's not that sad on after you've watched it once. Hey, Shady, question. What are your thoughts on Lilo and Stitch? I love Lilo and Stitch. Do you remember the Make My Milkshake drama? Any thoughts? I don't remember that drama. Oh, that's right. I hated what they put Peter through, messed him up even more. Marvel's motto is just mess up Peter's life, which is why I say, even though he doesn't have the best reputation, I like how Dan Slott treated Spider-Man when he did Big Time. I don't know what he did after that, but when he did Spider-Man during Big Time is my favorite part of Spider-Man's story. He's got a successful job. He's got a good girlfriend. He's living the dream, basically. And that's what I wanted to see. I'm like, Spider-Man has suffered through enough. You don't have to keep making him suffer. Let him be in a good spot in life. Have you got around to Invincible Season 2? No, I have not. Like, you guys' question is really making me say, okay, I really just need to take a day and just watch stuff. Just get some junk food and just sit and watch stuff. On repeated viewing, Fry's behavior in the episode, especially towards Bender, really gets on my nerves. He is so self-centered and selfish. I actually rewatched season 1 to see season 2, then reread the entire comics. What about when Leela found her parents? Oh, that's an episode I've often been getting requests, and I just put on the back burner and never got to it. The Leela finding her parents episode. Who wouldn't want to read about pregnant Joker? Ugh. I mean, I still support Spider-Man and Black Cat, but other than the last comic, oof. Shady watch along, maybe? I don't really. I feel like watch alongs just aren't my cup of tea. A reaction video is one thing, but a watch along. If you think that's bad, would you believe in the original X-Men comics? Kitty calls a hate criminal a slur after being called mutie. I mean, as long as they call it out. In the realm of the kid in their alien genre, I'd say Iron Giant sits as the king. Lilo and Stitch gets second place as the princess. Why is the princess second place? Wouldn't the prince be second place? Oh, is it because it stars a girl? Okay, in the realm of kid and their alien. Shay, what kind of music do you listen to? I have a very eclectic taste in music. I listen to a lot of Broadway. I listen to some pop, not a lot, but usually it's pop from like the 90s or 2000s. I listen to a lot of like weird songs that you'd hear on TV. Like I listen to the Blues Clues theme song. And that is the end of the poll. And it looks like what's moving on to the finals is the Static Shock. Wait, what? No, the other one. Why everyone loves the Flash. All right, well, my predictions came true. This is the exact two videos I thought would make the finale. Well, I could have seen a Static Shock video making the finale. But yeah, these were like two of the more than likely ones to make it here. So we are here, chaps. The final question. What was the best video there? Shady Doorags video of 2023. This is it. No take backsies. Was it Dale wins back Nancy? Or was it everyone loves the Flash? Wait, no. Why everyone loves the Flash? That's what it was called. You choose. Go. You've got 10 minutes. Oh, geez, the Flash took it immediately, as he does. I will never get tired of that pun. Hey, Shady, just want to drop in a second. Say I just discovered you this year, but you quickly became my favorite cartoon reviewer. Thank you. Appreciate it. Why are you called Shady Doorags? Because I wear shades in Doorags. That's literally the reason. I'm not even joking. That's literally the reason. Also because the name Crooked Shades was taken. I tried to call myself Crooked Shades because my shades tend to be crooked when I put them on. But that name was taken, so I said, Shady Doorags. That sounds good. Who would have guessed everyone liked The Flash? I mean, I would have. That's why I explained why it happened. I think Dale beats Flash in battle. Pocket sand is the most powerful thing ever. Unfortunately, you have to hit people with pocket sand, and the Flash is too fast for that. That is a quote from Justice League. The episode made me love The Flash. Yes, it made a lot of people love The Flash. Fastest man on Earth? Excuse me. Flash is the fastest man alive. Flash is speeding in the polls. No one. I think I'm supposed to say wonder. You have trouble finding a date. Oh, that's the Justice League quote. I would assume Flash would be up there with Spider-Man popularity, though it's good Flash isn't being... No, Spider-Man is massively more popular, but the Flash is basically DC's version of Spider-Man. But Spider-Man is way more popular. Because the Flash originally wasn't like a kid's icon. He was a comic book hero like any other. It was Jay first, and then it was Barry, and then Wally eventually took over the mantle. But Spider-Man has just been like, it doesn't get much more iconic than Spider-Man. The three most iconic comic book characters are Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man. Somebody was starting stuff on Twitter, and they're like, "Oh, Wonder Woman is more iconic than Spider-Man." I'm like, everybody jumped on them. It's like, no, she's not. No disrespect to Wonder Woman, but she's not more iconic as a comic book character than Spider-Man. The Daily may have won if the writers didn't write back that character growth later. I mean, I think you're the best Toon Review guy because you're just you. You don't fall into the same pitfalls or quirks as the others. I mean, I suppose that's true. Because the Shady Doorags personality is me. It's just a specific version of me that I like to emphasize. So I'm not really being fake or anything when I do that personality, but it is all scripted. I'm just capturing what's in my head and then turning it into a way I would say it in an entertaining manner. So I guess that's true. But the whole thing about the Shady Doorags channel, which I've said multiple times in live streams and stuff, is that I just try to treat it like it's a book club. Like, we've all seen the same thing, and I'm just talking about my experience having watched it. So it feels like with the way the current videos do, the current style of videos, it feels like you're watching someone else watch something that you like. So it's fun to do that, when you like something, it's fun to watch that person watch it. So that's the kind of vibe I go for my main reviews. Things like, in a nutshell, that's a completely different premise. The In a Nutshell is supposed to be somebody who wasn't really paying attention tells you what a movie is about. That's what the In a Nutshells are. There was a theory at one point that Spider-Man was so popular due to his relatability, the fact he was a nerd, etc., and the typical comic and superhero fan at the time, that kind of thing. Spider-Man was popular for a lot of reasons, but the main one that they always give credit to is that he made kids in general just feel heard, because he was constantly struggling with trying to be a good person, and that's a lot for people trying to find out their way in the world. Spider-Man and X-Men both really related to a lot of teens, or a lot of teens really related to them. Watching someone watch you is like watching your older brother play a cool game when you were younger. Yeah, it's a lot like that. That's the kind of vibe atmosphere I try to go for. It's just like, oh, hey, this cool thing that I've seen. Let me watch it and then talk to you while I'm watching it. Miles is a cheap race swap character made to be Spider-Man because they don't believe in the character. Time Link, that is the worst take I've heard this year. Well, it's a very popular take. I've said, when it comes to movie Miles, because I don't know anything about comic Miles, I just know how comic Miles was made. When it comes to movie Miles, he was a good character in the first movie. In the second movie, it should have been just about him in his own world. Maybe they could have brought back Gwen, that would have been fine, but they should have left the rest of the Spider-Verse out of it. But they didn't do that. Miles relies way too much on Peter Parker. The concept of Miles as a character relies way too much on Peter Parker. He shouldn't be Spider-Man. The name shouldn't be Spider-Man. The name should be something else. A lot of people say Spider-Ling. A lot of people say Kid Arachnid. Whatever it is, the people who make Miles Morales stuff rely way too much on Peter Parker for anything to get done. Stan Lee, first of all, you spelled Stan Lee wrong. The creator of Spider-Man, it's Stan, one word, and then Lee is another word. The creator of Spider-Man said anyone could be Spider-Man. So that quote is being completely misquoted when people say that. He's not saying that literally anyone could be under the mask. He's saying that Spider-Man had the type of personality where you believed that it could be anyone. It wasn't like Iron Man where you believed it had to be somebody important, like, or Captain America where you believed it had to be a soldier. You believed that your next door neighbor could be the person under the mask. It's funny because the higher ups thought Spider-Man wouldn't work because they thought spiders are creepy. Teenage superheroes were only sidekicks, and no one wants to see. I mean, if you pitched Spider-Man to me, I wouldn't think it would work either. Like, that's a really weird. First of all, it's a weird name, but they had weird names back then. Superman, Batman, you know, that they did that. Second of all, yeah, the spider powers, they seem kind of dumb when you think about it. It's like, oh, he has the power of a spider? That seems really dumb. But it's not the Spider-Man part that wins people over with Spider-Man. It's the Peter Parker part. Like, the Spider-Man part is cool. It's really awesome now, but it was the Peter Parker with great power comes great responsibility that people resonated with. Don't let Twitter hear you say that about Miles. I tweeted that on Twitter, and that's why my Twitter is now doing so well, because that was one of the tweets that popped off when I was like, yeah, just move Miles. Like, I don't hate Miles. Just move him away from Peter. Give him a different name other than Spider-Man. Change it. But they don't want to do that. How did you feel, Shady, when Doc Ock and Spidey wrapped bodies and they made that permanent for... Oh, you talking about... Oh... You talking about Superior Spider-Man. Man, that annoyed me so. You don't understand, man. I had just read Astonishing X-Men, and Kitty Pryde had one of the best deaths in comics I had ever seen. And the news got out that they were going to kill Peter Parker in issue 700. So I was very eager to see how they did it. And when I saw that they disrespected this man so much, they swapped minds with him and Doc Ock. None of his friends with all these superpowers could tell that Doc Ock was in his body. And then J. Jonah Jameson is like, oh, Spider-Man, you really are a hero. While Doc Ock is in his body, I'm like, you guys just like torturing Peter Parker. And then they killed him off. I was so mad. I was so mad. I was absolutely livid. Anyway, that's the end. And we've done it, guys. Or I should say, you've done it. Well, no, I helped because you guys made me. But we figured out what the best Shady Doorags video of 2023 was. It was why everyone loves the Flash. Woo! Again, not a big shocker. That video did insanely well. But it was fun to find out, and it was fun to see which of the categories that you guys thought deserved to be top dogs. It's fun to see which ones made it here. I didn't expect to see the Azula one. I did not expect to see the Azula. I thought the either the Jar one or the what's that? The Black Mermaid Response one was going to make it. So I'm really shocked that the Azula one's here. I don't remember what the categories for the Aang one were. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't think the Aang one would make it here either. I thought This World Can't Tear Me Down would have made it here. But yeah. So that was that. It's very telling. It's very fun. I love doing this. It was fun last year. It was very fun this year. This time we finished up in 6.5 hours. So we cut out 3.5 hours. I think we had or the exact same number of videos. 2023 was a great year for the channel. I was very happy. I'm very happy with what's going on. I hope to continue in the future. I hope I can keep entertaining you guys and whatnot. See if we can get a bit more experimental. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I just know I played it safe in 2023 and it really paid off. So I kind of feel like I could be a bit more experimental now. We passed 200,000 subscribers. That's fantastic. On Twitter, I've actually passed 2,000 followers. That's great. And we broke a lot of records twice. Like, there were 2 months that we broke records. That was pretty freaking amazing. And I'm hoping we can keep it going. I love this job. I love entertaining you guys, bringing you guys different perspectives on cartoons. I'm hoping that in 2024, we can keep doing everything. All right, Shady, stop stalling. You got to end the video because it has been a long night. You guys have a happy new year. Have a great night. Can't wait to see you guys all in 2024. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.